Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We're just ready for 4-1 this morning. Everyone's so welcome back, everyone. It's a beautiful day here in Lake George. Thanks for coming back. Our games went well last night. We are going to start by giving away some money this morning. We did a big prize last night. So I want to let you know who the winners of the biggest upsets were last night. As you know, family prizes, $20 for reception, 20. Last night was crazy. So, we got in Division A, Sean Bossy picking up a 383-point win. And in Division B, Cheryl Melvin with a 348-point win. So, Karen will be on with 20 when he comes back upstairs. And we're playing for highlights every week. I want to announce, while we're on the subject of college, one of the things that we like to mention is the first. And another, Julianne Selway came all the way from Pakistan. So that is it's quite a thing. All right, I want to welcome early birds viewers. Opening divisions early bird 2. We're going to start from the bottom of the duel. Division 2, we have Sally Brewster in second. In Division I, we had Dalton Hoffine in second place and Greg Golding going undefeated. We had Amy Yates in second, Mary Passport, Linda Wan Settle, and Susan Signature in first. Division 2, Division 3, over here. Division 3, Ryan. Division B, John Wood, Wall Scott. And Jeremy Hall and Matt Blair. In CSW, we will do third place. And in Division A, we have Warner 4-1. Tomorrow, our most recent CSW national champ, down that division. So, round of applause for those guys. That was a lot of names. Thank you for sticking with me for that. You should have your pairings. We are going to get into it this morning, folks. Let's play Scrabble, everybody. Let's get started.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the Lake George Scrabble Tournament. Day 2 begins in just a few minutes. As always, Matt Canik bringing the commentary to you from San Antonio. Today's an important day for me because I get to stream Scrabble, but also because we get to watch my Texas Longhorns dominate the Georgia Bulldogs, take control of the SEC, and never look back. Got to plug my horns whenever I can. I also have to plug somebody else. I want to give a warm welcome to the commentary booth to today's co-commentator, Charles Reinke. Charles joining us from Madison, Wisconsin. Always a pleasure to have you. Welcome back, Charles. How are you doing?
Doing pretty good this morning. Looking forward to some excellent games of Scrabble as always.
Excellent games of Scrabble is what we're going to bring you here on Let's Play Scrabble. We have two fantastic fields, both in the NWL and CSW halves. Play began yesterday. 3 games happened, and in the CSW field, only 2 players remain undefeated. Those 2 players, 2023 NWL North American Champion Josh Sokol and 2024 CSW North American Champion Josh Castellano. And we're going to bring you that matchup here. I don't expect this will be the only time these 2 players play. It's a 15-game tournament and an 18-player field in CSW Division 1. But this game is going to have major ramifications on who ends up walking away with first place in this CSW field. Both of these are fantastic Scrabble players. Both have a great command of the dictionary. Both are also strong tacticians. Charles, if I had to put you on the spot and pick one right now, who'd you choose?
I'm going to have to go with Josh Castellano on this one. No shade to Josh Sokol, who his credentials speak for themselves, but Castellano just won a very tough field at the 2024 SPC, and he did it in kind of a dominating fashion. So he's riding high right now. It feels like nothing can stop him, and if I had to pick a favorite, it would be him.
Yeah, in Scrabble, you ride the hot hand, and the hot hand for the last several months has been Josh Castellano. Let's figure it out. Let's play Scrabble. Let's let the 2 Joshes have it out. May the best Josh win.
Yeah, this one's going to be interesting. I think we're going to have to refer to them by their last names.
Yeah, I'm going to mess this up a bunch of times. So, chat, I want you to infinitely roast me every single time I say Josh with no further context. Chat, one other place you can help me out real quick as Josh shakes this tile bag vigorously, making it extra super duper random for this game. Make sure you hit that thumbs up button below this video. I want to drive this video way up YouTube's algorithm early this morning. I want a whole bunch of people hanging out and watching Scrabble with us this morning and this afternoon. And then we can all flip over and watch the Longhorns this evening. All right. AGJRSU and an E, the last tile here for Josh. So immediately, or for Josh Sokol, immediately I'm seeing Jaeger jump out. Charles, are you seeing any other options?
Yeah, Jaeger jumps out right away as a way to hit that J for a good score, but those other letters are so good. You could also play short with something like Jug or the cons only Ju, G, J, U, although that's probably worse than Jug. Jaeger keeps US, Jug keeps AERS, a much better leave. Looks like Josh Sokol is just going for the points on this one.
Yeah, this is a wild turn. Jaeger 42, Jug or its anagram just 22. It'd be a 22 or 20-point sacrifice, and yet Quackle's actually suggesting that the short play wins a sim there by about 3 points. Josh opting to take the points here. He's up 42-0, and Josh Castellano has found a blank on his first rack, but also 3 eyes, and this is going to be a tricky position here for him. AEIIIK blank. I think he's going to be forced to choose between points immediately and KAI, or trying to drop several of these eyes at once. Reinke is going to help him do that for just 10 points right here. But keeping 2 eyes and scoring points is hard to swallow. Scoring just 10 is also very hard to swallow. How would you approach this turn, Charles?
Right as I'm going to provide my expert analysis, Castellano just goes for the short play with Kai. I do like this. He doesn't want to get down by too much early, and with Sokol's 42-point play right to start, you don't want to make a 10-point play. It's kind of hard to stomach a 30-point loss, a 30-point deficit right on the first turn. So I think taking the points here is wise. He just has to hope that he draws some consonants, and hopefully this R stays open. The IE that he has works really nicely with this R. So he's kind of hoping that that stays in place.
And instead, he'll find another I, a U, and a G. Welcome to the stream, Josh Castellano. That was a rough draw. A rough draw for Josh Sokol as well. INRRSUU on this turn. There's one Collins-only word that seems to bail him out fantastically from this rack. And honestly, I'm not sure why we haven't seen it come down. That's the 4-letter Ruru, R-U-R-U. Fits right there for 16. That, to me, is just the standout home run play for Josh, but he is going to take the fun play that I didn't even get to talk to. Kuru ending just short of the double word with S in tow. What do you think of this, Charles?
I like this idea. It has some upside since he holds an S here and actually holds some pretty good letters with it. Hitting a nice bingo here would be considerably more points than perhaps hitting a bingo here. So he's giving himself a little bit more upside with his nice leave. Sacrificing a few points, but it's a good idea by Sokol.
I wonder if Josh Sokol was able to get some kind of tell off Josh Castellano. KAI as a previous play can mean a bunch of different things, but I think an S is in range somewhat often for Josh. I wonder why he chose to pull the trigger on just the 8-pointer there, why he had the confidence. Josh Castellano forced to exchange. He does so quickly, and I have no analysis to provide because that's just what you do when you draw GIIIU in Scrabble most of the time. And we are back to Josh Sokol, and now his word knowledge is going to be put to the test as the JA in this section of the board unlock 2. Pretty sick plays for Josh here, but he's probably tunnel visioned in on the S hook that he just set up, looking at playing Sharn or Sharon in that spot. Charles, do you see any of the JA plays here, and would you play them, or would you take the S hook in Kuru right now?
Honestly, I mean, I have got Quackle open, so I saw the JA plays. Would I see them over the board? Possibly not, but Sokol does have the very nice Harajan, hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly, through the JA on the board for a nice 36 points, keeping the S for future use there. So we hope that Sokol doesn't tunnel vision too hard on just immediately cashing this in. He's probably figured out by this point that he does not have a bingo, although maybe he could be thinking about something like sharning, which is not a word, but would still need some consideration. So I guess he's got a few things to think about here. We hope he gives it the thought it requires, because I think Harajan does work out very well for him and is probably his best play.
Harajan is tough to spot. Maybe a slightly easier play to see would be Rhanja. That's a Collins only word there. Ranja for 20 or 32. But Harajan is NWL, so I know Josh, at least in his NWL heyday, had studied that. I know he hasn't seen all the Collins stuff yet, but those look to be the best two options. Each of those plays preserve the S and allow him to play over here next turn. And after Josh's exchange 5, he had 5 chances to pick up an S, but it's still pretty likely he has nothing, and I can save the spot for myself. I wonder if we're going to see Josh spot these nice JA plays. If not, I think he's going to cash in his H in this spot, or maybe in this spot to keep the Kuru spot open. This is really tricky for Josh if you don't spot Harajan.
Yeah, I think it's possible that he sees Harajan just because that's an NWL word. The 6-letter Ranja, maybe he hasn't gotten to yet. I know he's working hard on the Collins words, but is not certainly by no means done studying the Collins dictionary, whereas Castellano, I think out of everybody in this field, is most feared for his word knowledge. So we see Sokol just play HAN. So you were right, Matt. He is saving those good letters, scoring some points. So it's a good idea, but I think probably not the right play if you can see Harajan.
All right, I'm going to put whole chat on a 9 alert. There is a 9 available and playable here for Josh, and the 9 is easily his highest scoring bingo out of his nice post-exchange rack of DEIRRV blank. I don't know this word. I don't know that many people would. You could maybe educated guess it, but there is a 9 available to Josh. I don't think he's one of those who has studied all the 9s, though he does have a great grasp on the words. He is certain to bingo on this turn. Probably going to play something right down here with hand, unless he's able to spot the 9. But if you love 9s, you love puzzles, and you think you know stuff like that, here it is.
Yeah, I just looked it up, man. That is a tough find for anybody. And Castellano, as I said, is feared for his word knowledge, but unless I'm missing something, I don't think he's gone through all the 9s. He's definitely going to be looking at that spot. I guess a little bit of a spoiler, his 9 plays here through the AR. But turns like this, you probably don't want to tank 8 minutes looking for 9s that might not exist. So we're seeing him go for just hand and drivers. He's going to probably make this blank an S unless there's some sort of error, and he'll retake the lead after a slow start.
All right, the 9-letter bingo available. Played right here. It was Riverward, Riverward. That word valid in both lexicas and takes a back S. But that's a degree of difficulty 10. You must have studied that word to do it, I think. And there are very, very few humans who are that far. Nigel's up there, maybe Mac Meller. That's about it. What is Josh's last tile? Okay, he got an I. So he's got nerves back. He's got to be relieved to find that E in space that he needed. He had no other bingos, or no bingos otherwise. So a bingo from Josh. The E in space gives a bingo to the other Josh, and we are off to the races. 144 for Josh Sokol, 99 for Josh Castellano, and what a terrible post bingo draw. ACEELLQ for Castellano. That's rough, but fortunately the U in space is going to let him shed that Q this turn. Quail or quell, or maybe something shorter in this instance, but I'd be looking to undouble the L's. Any reason not to play something up here, Charles?
I think we're going to see something like quail come very quickly here. Just in this spot, keeps a good leave, keeps CEL, doesn't open anything up for your opponent. seems pretty straightforward to me, unless there's a hook that I'm not thinking of, and I just double check there is not. So I expect Castellano will be looking to dump the Q, and the U is really the most obvious spot to do that.
All right, I'll play a little devil's advocate here, Charles. With the U in space here, and I mean, maybe even there, QUI something could hit. Would you consider playing something like CLAVE and keeping the Q on this board?
As you started talking about that, I was thinking maybe even something like recall down from the R of drivers, keeping the Q. But the Q is such an albatross that if you have a 30-point play that uses it, you really have to have a good reason not to play it, and just scoring 33 with recall is not a good enough reason, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you were guaranteed to draw Quinn or Quid like 80% of the time or more, maybe you could justify it. But as you said, the Q is just such a bad tile, easily the worst tile in Scrabble, even after QI was added, and it was even worse before that. You've just got to play it off because it hamstrings you in so many other ways and takes so many other racks that could bingo, and instead just makes you sad and makes you drop QI somewhere. So, yes, good call by Josh Castellano. You got to play the Q. He did play the Q. He trails 127 to 144, and Josh Sokol with a rough post bingo draw as well. EGIPTTT. He's going to have to choose how many of these T's he wants to play off right now. And how aggressive he wants to be in terms of shaping this board. But one standout option is PETIT right here for Josh. It's tough to spot, but he's certainly got the board vision to do it. It's going to score better than anything else and get rid of two of those T's. I think you have to make that play, right, Charles?
Yeah, if you see it, I think you have to make it. I suppose one downside of putting your P here is the bingo lines on this column go away. You can't put an S there anymore. You can't put a T there. But he's in the lead. He doesn't necessarily need to conserve bingo lines. So I think this is a good idea from him. Also takes an E at the end for the word petite, which we might see come into play.
Yeah, it does not take a back S, but does take a back E. So we'll see if that comes into play. And right on cue, Josh has a rack full of vowels, including a couple of E's. So we might see that come into play immediately. CEEILOU, the rack for Josh Castellano. He could play a bunch of those tiles, COULEE, in this spot, or he threatens plays down from this R if he wants to capitalize on the triple word recoil or recule, RECULE. Are options available here for him. Or there are ways to play off a ton of vowels and throw the board open. EVOLUE is 20, but that's kind of reckless. What say you, Charles?
Yeah, definitely a play through that V does feel somewhat reckless. With the board in this state, there's no need to open a triple like that. Sokol will just pounce on it and destroy you in that spot, or even if not destroy you, will immediately wipe that spot out. So just taking a bunch of points with something like recoil feels really strong here. Both Joshes are probably at this point getting the intuition that the board's getting a little bit closed up. We've still got bingo spots, here if you have an S, and here if you have an E, but not a lot of action on the top right of the board, not a lot of scoring spots. So if you can get 35 points on this board, you just take it, in my opinion.
Yeah, 35 is just so much to pass on. You have to be confident on that word, but Josh Castellano is great at these words. Recule, I think the top option. I would eject the U. I think Annette did a little rubbing off on me yesterday, but if you can play this U, I would try to do it here, especially with the Q already played.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a little bit of upside keeping the U for trying to hit plays here. Maybe, no, not really. It's really hard to hit plays here, so ignore that. Maybe if this letter was slightly different, there would be a little bit of upside to keeping the U, especially the UE together, but maybe not in this scenario.
This is going to be a statement play either way. Coulee. Because of the way it puts the C out in space, it really closes this board. There are 2 floaters left available, really just 1 floater in that S left available, actually. And if Josh can't hit it, this board is really nasty. But recoil or recule, just so many points. I think you've got to take him there. Josh agrees. He plays recoil, gets a thumbs up from this guy. And we're back on Josh Sokol, who's got a rack full of vowels to counter Josh Castellano's rack full of vowels. AAEGIIT for Sokol. He's got to figure out now how willing is he to open this board and get rid of some of the vowels. VIGIA is the very natural equity play here, but boom, that A in space is asking Josh to score a lot on a board that otherwise doesn't have very much scoring opportunity. He's got another neat play here, a 5-letter Collins-only word, NGATI, for 24. Maybe that's what you consider instead. The leave AEI leaves a lot to be desired. You have a preference between those two, Charles, or are you looking to play even tighter here?
Vigia just makes a lot of sense from a scoring and leave perspective. Again, the throwing open the triple like that doesn't feel good if you're Sokol. But again, now his lead's only 7 points. It's kind of an even game. So that's a tough decision. I would also say that something like Nagati is just a really hard play to find, especially if you're not extremely solid on your Collins 5-letter words. That is Collins only, NGATI. It's just not a natural order for those letters in any way. And it's probably not one of the first 5-letter words you would study, just because it's not one of the most useful ones. So that option might be impossible just because it's a hard play to find, and Sokol might not know the word, in which case something like Vigia kind of has to happen, and we see him playing it now.
Yeah, I think you're basically forced to play Vigia if you don't see the other option. And even if you do, this is just so solid from an equity perspective. So hold your breath. Hope you don't get punished too hard on that triple. That's the decision from Josh Sokol. I think you have to do it. He is ahead 189 to 162 over Josh Castellano. And Castellano has found another rack full of vowels, EEMNOOU. He's going to have another turn of not doing very much. He gets to decide now, do I open the board or do I block the spot that Josh just set up? Plays like Newman from this N makes some sense, or NEUME if he wants to get rid of more vowels. But he's also got play kind of over in this segment of the board and just open this thing wide up. I haven't seen enough of him to tell you definitively he tends to play open or closed. And good players tend to be flexible based on who their opponent is and what the game state is. But Charles, what do you think we're going to see here? We're going to see an open or a close?
My experience with Castellano playing him a couple times is it feels like he's a little bit more open, just because that benefits his extreme word knowledge if there's more places to play those words. But certainly, as you say, Matt, all these good players can switch on a dime, immediately turn from open to closed and tactical when the situation calls for it. Here with Castellano down by almost 30 points, he has to keep the scoring pressure up. He probably doesn't want to leave the A in Vigia open. That's kind of the most likely spot for Sokol to hit a bingo. So he might be looking to, as you say, Matt, play underneath it with something like or he might just decide to play from the N and in nerves.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up seeing one of these two options. NEUME is really tough to swallow because the leave of NOO drawing into 5 more O's, that's really hard for me to get used to. That's the only O that has been played so far in this game. So if you are going to keep doubled up vowels, always look to see how many more of those vowels there are. That's really tough. But this is a really tough turn. There's not much else to do. So Josh is going to take the points, 24 for this word, keeping 2 O's. He's got to dodge a third to keep this rack flexible.
Yeah, this board is quickly getting kind of strangled with recoil The S on hands, the S hook on hand got blocked. The E hook on petite mostly got blocked. It's still somewhat accessible. Castellano did reopen the right side of the board for bingos ending in E, but that's really it for in terms of bingo. So, and as we can see, neither player is really that close to hitting a bingo. So this is quickly becoming sort of a closed board tactical fight.
Closed board tactical fight indeed, and we'll see how Josh Sokol adjusts. A very natural play for him is Olio in this spot, but with 3 unseen S's and very little other scoring opportunity, I hate allowing Josh Castellano to score 40 or 50 in this spot. That can be the difference in this game. This S spot is also going to be very big as this board gets tighter and tighter. I don't like my chances very much. If I play Olio, set up an S I don't have, I'm probably going to lose. So I want to look elsewhere. There's one very sneaky option here. It's hard to spot, but if Josh wants to score some points, he could drop this right here. Now, he would hold EOO as a leave, but on closed boards, you don't really need to keep bingo prone leaves. What's the point? So if he wants to grab some points, he can do that. I could easily see him just exchanging 5, 6, or even 7 of these tiles here as well. What's your gut say to do in this situation, Charles?
These are extremely tough situations. The board does not lend itself to scoring plays, even if you have scoring letters, and Sokol does not have scoring letters as we see. It's a somewhat unpleasant collection of 1-point tiles with too many vowels. So my gut here would just be to exchange a bunch of them and go for the 3 remaining S's and the blank. Even if it doesn't result in a bingo, maybe the S will help you play Kurus or something like that. That might be the major upside of the S on this board. But the options here are just so underwhelming. And we see Sokol sort of making some faces. He's not shy about making faces when he's in a deep think. And I guess it just remains to be seen what those faces actually mean. He's got a lot of tiles in his hands. It's looking like he's getting ready for an exchange.
Yeah, man, if you see Re8 in this spot, I presume that's what that is. Maybe it's something different, but I don't know. That's a hard play to spot. Josh opting just to throw it all back here. That makes sense. Get that exchange.
Yeah, and I think it's Riate, and it might not take an S. But in this case, it doesn't matter. That's also another 5-letter word that is very useless generally. So it would not be one of the first ones you studied or one of the first ones you thought of. So I do like this play by Josh to go for some of the goodies in the bag. We see it didn't work at all. Like that's barely an improvement.
I was going to make a point, like if you exchange and you're Josh, you definitely keep the E because there was only 1 left in the entire bag, and yet somehow he found it and more vowels, even though the pool was 2-to-1 consonants to vowels. That's a devastating pull from Josh, but he'll have to keep fighting, and fortunately for him, Josh Castellano is not going to be able to do too much out of this rack either. FOO is the very standard equity play. It knocks out a little bit more of the available stuff. If you're going to keep the C in play, I'd at least like to keep an I to threaten bingos to it, and FOO allows him to do that. That feels very natural here, but maybe he's looking to block the most dangerous line on the board, this E. He might play OOF in this spot instead. But what do you think? Do you think we're going to see just the 3 tiles FOO played, or do you think there's a case maybe to go for something longer here, Charles?
I feel like something like FOO in the spot that you mentioned just makes a lot of sense. The letters of I, L, and T here really have a lot of upside on keeping this E open for 8s. I feel like there's a lot of synergy there that Castellano probably wants to retain. After Sokol's exchange 5, his rack is going to be maybe slightly good, but kind of random. So I don't think there's any immediate danger from Castellano's point of view that this spot will get hit with a bingo, except just by random chance. So I feel like taking the points, taking the lead with a play like Foo would be a really good idea here.
Taking the lead in a close game on a tight board is always a good idea. Just get some points and get ahead of my opponent and make them figure out how to catch me instead of me figuring out how to catch them. It's hard to argue with that logic. Maybe if he wants to open the board, he could play something like Folic, but we've seen this one go into the trenches, and generally when boards go into the trenches like this, you don't open it unless you've got a blank in tow. I like this decision from Josh.
Yeah, I like it. We should say Josh Castellano. We like that decision from him. The other thing to note here is there is a big Z spot which could come into play here, which is now blocked. The Z is still out. Doesn't do a whole lot on this board, and if Sokol had drawn it on his 5-tile exchange, he would be looking to score there. Luckily for Sokol, he does have a high-scoring play that gets rid of a lot of vowels here, so that's kind of a no-brainer in my opinion.
This one's a tough one to pull the trigger on. It says 2 big scoring spots open. The Z is still out to threaten here. Blanks and S's out to threaten bingos up here, but when you draw that many vowels, you're forced to play them off. I wonder, though, maybe Josh could have considered leaving the E off. I think he had the last 2. He could have set that spot up for himself, but he goes ahead and puts it down, tries to get rid of these vowels, and he's found plotter in the bag. So this one's getting tense now. DILNNTY, the rack for Josh Castellano. He trails by 10 after Josh had the high-scoring play. He's got 2 spots to address, and he's got to figure out, does he want to cash his Y for some points here, or does he want to use his Y to block this spot? This is a tough decision here. Lindy makes sense. LINDY. 33 points, holds NT, knocks out the bingo line. Deny, DENY, makes a lot of sense too. ILNT is a very solid leave. 36 points for this one, but you leave this open. Charles, are you looking to take out the bingo opportunities at the top of this board if you're Josh, or are you looking to score as best you can?
Oh, this is a really tough one. I would be over the board struggling with this turn a lot because both those plays feel correct in a vacuum. Like if you're not aware of the other one becomes clearly your best play. But since we know Castellano is an expert play finder, he's fully aware that he's got these dueling plays that achieve sort of opposite things. I guess if I'm Castellano, I can't let this spot stay open on top of AR. I think I have to use my Y there, cash it in for a pretty good score, and just hope that there's not a monster play coming back for Sokol on this spot.
Yep. So Lindy is indeed what Josh opts to do. You just can't lose the game immediately to a bingo right now. I agree with this decision from him. And back over to Josh, who has plotter on his rack. He needed an E, I, or S to get playable 8s. He got none of those in the space he needed. And now he's got a tough turn. This is one that I think is going to be fun to dissect because equity says you just play opt right here. ELRT as a leave, 27 points, checks all the boxes, right? Except that equity doesn't matter on a board with this shape. If you draw a bingo that ends in ER or ED, it's not going to fit right here. There's really no reason to be fishing for bingos in this instance. You need to be fishing for these tiles, for this one, and for these 2. And so I think we want to see Josh Sokol play long in this spot, play something like Petrol or replot for the same score and actually get rid of some of these 1-point tiles. They're just not going to help you on this board. I think Josh needs to go long here, play 5 tiles through that E. What do you think, Charles?
Yeah, I think I agree with you, Matt. There's not a whole lot of upside on this board to keeping bingo-prone leaves. The only way that will ever have any upside is if you draw the S's and the blank. Then you can start trying to sort of make board opening attempts. But at this point, with none of those tiles on your rack, you probably should just be gunning to get some of them and trying to prevent your opponent from doing the same. We see that might be a somewhat futile effort as Castellano has drawn an S and a blank. So there's less fun stuff in the bag than Sokol is actually aware of. But I think, replot or petrol is a good idea here.
A huge pull from Josh Castellano getting both the S and the blank. Josh Sokol's going to go mining for him. He might find an S or two in there, but yep, blank now on Castellano's rack. This is a bingo prone rack. There are 2 sevens available to Josh Castellano in this rack, but neither one actually plays on this board because it's so tight. Josh Castellano has no playable bingos, and now I'm curious to see what he wants to do. Some players in this instance on a board that's this tight, once they draw that blank, they say, okay, I'm in the driver's seat. I'm going to open things up. I'm going to play something like Juan right here, set up an S hook and threaten something next turn. And other players will just stay extremely patient and say, I'm going to pretend like I don't have anything good. We're going to stay tight and then win. Or if you open the board, I'm going to pounce. I'm only down by 4. It's my turn. I can probably just squeak this one out. And if you happen to open it, then I'll bingo. So I could see a play like Wanna, Wanna, coming down. That's 24 points. Keeps ST blank. That feels really, really good to me. If you want to score more points right now, you can cash in WS. You can take this spot away from Josh and make sure he's not gonna score. ANNT blank means you're probably not scoring much next turn, but you're scoring a whole bunch this turn to make up for it. What do you think, Charles? Wanna or wuss or something else completely?
Matt, your initial suggestion of just like Wan here actually caught my attention. It does set up your S nicely for bingos starting with an S. Keeps S and T blank, which is very good bingo letters as long as you can draw a vowel. And Sokol just played 5 tiles. So again, his letters, even if he has an S, are somewhat random. And I suppose from Castellano's point of view, he would think that if Sokol felt like he was close to a bingo, he would have made a play that would allow him to play a bingo. He might have made a board opening play himself. The fact that he didn't do that means he's still trying to get into bingo range. And Castellano knows that he himself is already in bingo range. He's closer to bingo than Sokol is. And so might be looking to immediately put the pressure on by setting up a bingo line. So I like that idea, but Matt, you make good points. Was for 30 is just a good scoring play to maintain the lead, and Wanna kind of splits the difference.
He's not playing Wanna, but he's playing Wants here instead, cashing in that S, even though it provides a lot of value in this spot. That's interesting. I think maybe he wants to hold on to a vowel and avoid consonants. Maybe he's not certain of the validity of Wanna. I'm not sure, but Wants over Wanna, the decision here from Josh Castellano. That'll put him ahead by 20, 266 to 246. And Josh Sokol, EEIMSTT, is cashing in on that spot that Josh Castellano just opted not to take, though he's opting to play must, M-U-S-T, as opposed to muse in the same spot. I think Josh knows he's got 2 of the last 3 E's. He wants to keep all of them on his rack, and he doesn't want to offer that information over to Josh Castellano. So must, a very quick play from Josh. Back over to Josh Castellano, AGHNOY blank. This is close to several bingos, 8s in play like Hogmanay, but no playable bingos on this turn for Josh Castellano. He is down by 12 points, but he's got goodies on his rack. He doesn't threaten many high-scoring plays. I'm curious to see how he's going to fight through this one. Plays like YO in this spot for 22 makes sense. He could simply plunk the Y and kind of forestall in this game if he wants to. You probably want to be thinking, if you're Josh Castellano, are there specific bingos that I can draw that are actually going to fit in this spot, or perhaps in this spot after I make a fishing type of play? That's a lot for him to think about, and he's down under 6 minutes on his clock. There's a good chance this one comes to a tight end game. He's got to be feeling the pressure now. He's got to go fast. Another good option is Soggy, S-O-G-G-Y, if he's able to spot it through that blank. Lots to think about. He's going to start feeling the pressure, though.
Yeah, this is where you start you start feeling the time pressure a little bit, the pressure to just make a play so that you have time for the end game if it comes to it. This is only a 12-point game. If neither player actually gets a bingo down, it might come down to an end game requiring some thought. And Castellano wants to make sure he retains some time for situations like that. If I'm him, I'm thinking I really want to keep my A and my O here. Sorry, my A and my N here, or my O and my N here to bingo underneath. So I'm looking to keep both of the, maybe all three of those letters. If I had to play one off, it would be the O. So something like YO, just sort of stalling for time, I would say, hoping that something opens that allows you to bingo and scoring enough points to at least retake the lead. That feels like a good idea. I'm actually not, unlike last turn where I thought something like WAN would nicely open the board. I actually don't see a nice board opening play for Castellano on this turn. So it might make sense for him to just play short on the interior of the board and wait for Sokol's response.
I'm trying to count through if he fishes just the Y right here, how many tiles actually give him a playable bingo next turn? And it looks like a lot. If he draws the E's, he's going to draw a hexagon with a blank X. If he draws the X, he'll draw a hexagon with a blank E. If he draws the W, he's got Woonga, WHOONGA. If he draws the O, he's got the same thing. If he draws an I, he's got Naihonga in the same spot. So he actually threatens a lot of different bingos. If he draws the T, he's got Tohunga, Tohunga. So fishing a Y actually hits a bingo nearly half the time here for Josh Castellano. That puts Josh Sokol in a big bind, but he's not got the time to think through all of that. He's going to play YO instead. That O is going to unlock a lot of the bingos that fit up here. I think probably a small misplay induced by a time crunch there from Josh Castellano, and Josh Sokol wasting no time playing XI and blocking that line anyway.
Yeah, now the bingo proneness of this board is basically non-existent. You might be able to hit under XI. You might be able to hit 9s or 10s at the bottom of the board, but otherwise, Castellano's just going to be looking to score points here. I think not necessarily. He might abandon sort of his half-formed plan to get a bingo down.
Josh Sokol 305, Josh Castellano 288. He trails by 17. He's got the blank, but he's got nowhere to play it for any reasonable score. And looks like he's just going to open things up. He's found Ganja, and Ganja's always a good idea. So he's going to play that really quickly, keep CO blank, just kind of save some time on his clock. He's really feeling the pressure. 2:22 left for him, and Josh Sokol in great position. I wonder how fast Josh is going to opt to go here. It looks like they're disputing scores real quick. I wonder how much time pressure Josh Sokol chooses to apply versus how long he decides to think about his next turn. But Ganja for 22 will put Josh Castellano up by just 5, 310 to 305. Josh Sokol, once they get the scores resolved, has BBEEITW to try to win this game. Once we get everything updated, you'll see there are 5 tiles in the bag, 12 unseen from Josh's POV. This is going to be interesting. And what has Josh Castellano pulled? Vowels again. There are the O's that didn't come out all game. They're now sitting on Josh's rack. This is going to be an interesting turn for Josh Sokol. The 6-letter Webby, WEBBIE, is a really hard play to pull the trigger on, but it does everything you want to do out of this rack. It scores very well, gets rid of all of this garbage. I think, though, a play like BIB is a lot more human. Leave 2 tiles in the bag, block the new spot that he just made with an unseen blank, and hope that he doesn't bingo down from the B and just win. With this unseen pool, bingoing down from the B is rather unlikely. So I don't know. We'll see if he plays short. We'll see if he plays long. But this turn is likely the game for Josh Sokol. He's got to get it right. He'll spend some time. Okay, sorry for the technical difficulty. The tension was so much that even the stream couldn't handle it. But Bib is indeed the play we see from Josh Sokol. He'll leave 2 tiles in the bag. He'll block the spot opened by Josh. He'll start Josh's clock up again, which I think is the most important part of all of that. There are 2 in the bag now for Josh, so he's unable to make some of the most natural plays he wants to make, something like COOF or FOO in this spot. You can't play those because then you're going to empty the bag and probably lose. This is a challenging turn now for Josh Castellano. He's down 19 points. He's got to figure out how to pull a W out here. The stakes are very high. Remember, these are the 2 undefeateds in the room. You need to win this game. If you're Josh, you need to win this game if you're other Josh. Huge stakes.
Yeah, and I think he does have to just make this play quickly. This is his best scoring play by far, and I think the idea here is just empty the bag and hope that you can go out next turn. Hope that something materializes that allows you to go out quickly. Maybe not even necessarily scoring points, but we see he drew the Z, which is a huge boon for him for scoring. I say that, but maybe it's not really. We'll see what Sokol does in response.
I think Sokol's just done in this game. I don't think there's anything he can do. Let's see. Yeah, Engine suggesting that Josh Sokol has no wins in this situation. It was a fantastic pull for Castellano.
Yeah, I'm doing a quick scan of the board to see if there's like a standout Z spot. I'm actually not seeing one, but maybe that doesn't matter.
So the big play is Zoetia here. Oh
Yep.
my god, I'm on ellipse mode, but Z O E C I A, where that I is a blank. That is the out for Josh Castellano, and if Josh Sokol can't make that go away, he's going to lose. So the Engine is suggesting that EWT is the best sequence for Josh. The problem is it allows Z blank or ZO blank, ZOS to go down here, and that's going to score just enough that Josh Castellano can win. You have to block the C, but any way you do that gives back this spot, and you're just sunk. Josh, you're going to see it on his face as he slowly figures this out, but I don't think there's any path to victory unless he can get a time-induced blunder and create some serious complications here.
Yeah, I think Sokol's path to victory here would be to force Castellano to mess up due to time pressure or go over and lose points that way. But the longer that Sokol takes on this turn figuring things out is the longer that Castellano has to figure out his counterplays. And so with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on Castellano's clock, that should be enough time, if he's given it any thought at all, to know what he's going to do in response to Sokol, for example, blocking Zoetia.
What's wild is I don't know that like even a single turn has gone Josh Sokol's way this game. He's had so many just absolutely horrific draws consistently across the course of this game. He drew neither of the blanks. The 2024 Collins champion of North America drew both of them on him, and he's still very much alive and kicking in this game somehow. And Josh Castellano has drawn very poorly, but Josh Sokol has navigated this closed board very well. How often do you get double blanked by maybe the best player in this lexicon in North America and almost win anyway? Good job to him for even having a shot, but I think he's going to fall just short here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a loss for Sokol, but this was a very interesting game. Very NWL-esque, I would say. Just a very close board. You can see the scores here, 329 to 336. Both players, 100 points or more below what their expected average would be. So this was a very tight game. A lot of very poor draws resulting in some very interesting tactical decisions.
As time's a ticking down. Again, it's way easier for us to be in the commentary booth and to say he's done, but you never want to accept that reality as a competitive Scrabble player. And Josh is going to do everything he can think of. Try to figure out if there are extensions he can do here or anything else to win this game. We're not seeing it in the booth. The engine's not seeing it either. But Josh, he's got that time. Might as well use it all. These are not the scores we expected to see from two players of this caliber. We're not expecting to see mid 300s for both, but that's Scrabble sometimes. We build a wall up and just don't unlock scoring opportunities. Look at all this open space here. We just never touched it. That's how it is sometimes.
That is a rarity in a Collins game, especially a player like Castellano, who is most comfortable with an open board with plenty of places to play bingos. He's probably not quite as comfortable with boards like this, but played it, navigated it just well enough to get the victory. Of course, having the blank in hand sort of as a backup plan for getting a bingo, if Sokol decides to open something up. That was always going to help him. I think the blank was crucial here in the last third of this game.
Yeah, both blanks, especially that second one, was the difference maker. And hats off to Josh Castellano. He felt it. Hey, if I just keep this board shut and I've got the blank in my hand, I'll probably be able to sneak it out by a few points. And that is exactly what's going to happen for him. Let's see. Josh has found his best endgame sequence of Ute. This loses, but only if Josh Castellano plays either ZAS or ZOS here. Those are the two wins left for Josh Castellano. Of course, they're very, very easy to spot, but if Josh Castellano makes either of those plays, this combination's not going to go out on this board for Josh Sokol. So he's safe to make that play. Josh won't go out, and Josh Castellano will hold on and win. Any other play loses.
Yep, he's got it set up on his rack. Still has 45 seconds left to think. I see him shaking his head, maybe just confirming scores. He does have a little bit of time here, but he's got to be aware of his clock.
Yeah, I'm always in my own head in these situations if I'm Josh. Like, I don't see you're out. I don't see where you can put DDES down, but you made that play. You must see an out, right? Or is this really all you had? But in a time crunch, he's got no other choice, and he has found the win. ZOS going to come down for him with just 15 seconds left. Josh Castellano now up by 16. If Josh Sokol could go out for 12 points, he could tie. For 13, he could win. But DDES just inflexible enough. No wins here, no outs here. This is Josh Castellano's game. Josh's best, or Sokol's best play is just Zeds, ZEDS, take away ZEA, and score some points, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, and we see Castellano with his tiles upside down. He is ready to make a play without turning the board. He's got 15 seconds left. He doesn't want to drop a tile. He doesn't want to otherwise screw something up and lose 10 points. So he is ready to pounce as soon as Sokol makes his play.
Man, this is going to be a hard game to top. Back and forwards all game. Outcome really wasn't decided until the final tile was pulled out of the bag. These are the games I enjoy doing commentary on, and of course played fantastically on both sides by Josh and Josh, despite all the complications, all the wrinkles, all the abysmal draws we saw on both ends. This is the content we signed up for. I'm stoked y'all are all here watching with us.
Yeah, and both players using most of their time, which gives us in the commentary booth a little bit of a breather. It gives us some time to talk about things without just having to keep up with a flurry of bingos, as we sometimes see in these Collins games.
confused whether I was missing bingo and was married to
Heritage? Oh, not it.
no, but it's like probably it's better at least.
Yeah.
And I probably mixed it more too. Sorry.
Let's see. Here.
Oh, wow. Do you do this with US? Do you play
Goes.
Oh, that you can do as well. No. Yeah, you can do that okay.
Well, probably could do better.
Yeah. I think yeah, there's still not here under pressure. I really like this. TV is such a good movie. I just have no opinions that I can see that.
I feel like I kind of hate it. I don't know why this thing has to do.
Yeah. But once you have like 2 minutes, like after this, you just play.
All right, we're hearing a lot of background noise from the playing room, and we are not hearing a lot of Josh Sokol or Josh Castellano. We try to bring overhead mic when we can, but it's coming in so muddied. We're not picking up much from it. I'd love to hear what they're saying, but I think in the interest of everybody, we'll just pull away from this, make sure we don't pick up background noise. That was a fantastic way for us to start the game. Just one of 8 games we're bringing on the Let's Play Scrabble channel today, in addition to a few more tomorrow. What a fantastic way to start. That was awesome. Matt Canik, joined by Charles Reinke, aka Ancient Cosmographer. Charles, tell us a little bit about Ancient Cosmographer. What is that for those just joining a Scrabble stream?
That's me streaming on Twitch. Twitch is the home of all manner of video gamers and other assorted ne'er-do-wells, including myself, streaming mostly Scrabble-related things, doing anagram games and stuff like that, just for fun, just to get Scrabble out there in front of a new audience. And check me out, twitch.tv/ancientcosmographer. I stream not on a schedule, just whenever I feel like it, usually once or twice a week. It's a fun community of people having some fun doing Scrabble-related stuff.
Yeah, there's more and more online presence growing with Scrabble each and every year. We've got more tournaments being streamed. We've got more streamers going on and studying words, teaching you words, going over their games. Mac Meller has his YouTube channel. Will Anderosn has his YouTube channel. Josh Sokol streams on Twitch. Charles streams on Twitch. If you make Scrabble content as well, plug it in the chat. I don't think you can drop links in a YouTube chat, but let's talk about all the stuff we're doing. I know I've said it before on stream, and I'll say it again. A new golden age of Scrabble is coming. We're going to put so much stuff on the internet, and this game is so fun, so cool, and has so many layers. There are people out there who will be tickled in those ways by this game, and they're going to come out. They're going to start playing tournaments. So anybody who makes online content, thanks for what you do. Plug it in the chat. Obviously, the people watching right now are the people who love watching Scrabble all the time. They'll probably digest some of your content as well. I'm getting word from production team that our next matchup is going to be Matthew O'Connor versus Brad Whitmarsh in this CSW field. So I got to get a little paperwork set up to get ready for that. And we'll bring you that one in just a few minutes. I don't think players are situated yet. I'm sure the Joshes are going to do an extensive post-mortem on that wild game. I would love to run down and top off my coffee before this one. My voice is not going to hold up. Players are almost situated. So what I think I'm going to do is cut to break for 45 seconds, sprint down the stairs, fill up my coffee, and come back. This is going to be the shortest break in the world. You're not even going to hear the music all the way through on a full loop. I promise. It'll be fast, and we'll be right back on Let's Play Scrabble. See you in 45 seconds. All right, well, welcome back. As promised, super fast break. I've got coffee in my cup, and we're ready to watch some Scrabble. Matt and Charles, we're going to cut over to Matt and Brad right now. I think the players are situated and ready to go. I'm going to bring y'all a quick standings update, let you know how Matt and Brad are doing in this division. But again, the big win from Josh Castellano propels him to 4-0 and in first place early on. Josh Sokol drops to 3-1. The players now need a minute, so I will read standings to you while they figure out what they're doing. Matthew O'Connor is at 2-2 right now, but he's coming off a major win, just dropped 563 points. Wow. We'll see if he can ride that momentum. He just beat Ben Schoenbrunn by over 100 with that score. Brad Whitmarsh at 3-1 right now after a win over, who did he play? Jason Keller. All right, so Brad at 3-1, Matthew at 2-2. It's going to be a big game.
Yeah, both very good players. Matthew O'Connor especially known for just being at the top of the comms world for quite a while now. Bradley Whitmarsh also has been a very solid expert for a long time, so this should be a fun one to watch.
Tell us what you know about the strategy or approach to Scrabble for these two players.
I think Bradley Whitmarsh, I kind of view him as kind of a conventional player. He's just a very solid player, good word knowledge, good strategy, but maybe not exceptional at any of the above. Matthew O'Connor, I think, known far and wide for his extreme strategic insights and detail. He's very detail oriented when it comes to the strategy of the game. So he's maybe got a little bit of a leg up on Bradley in that regard. But definitely every time Matthew talks about Scrabble, I listen because he's always got really good ideas.
Yeah, he's just one of the smartest dudes out there on the circuit. And Matthew O'Connor tends to play closed and tight, but also very quickly. He's going to put you in a lot of very complicated, ugly positions, and he's going to play very fast and make you think through all of these tough positions on your clock all the time. It's a lot of pressure when you play against Matthew O'Connor. We'll see if Brad feels the pressure here or if he can stay calm and come out with the W. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Matthew O'Connor, Brad Whitmarsh, round 5 here from Lake George, New York. Oh, God, no, not this again. Matthew O'Connor always plays with his tiles in random order. Sometimes he decides to be nice and put them in alphagram order. Yeah, thank you. He's going to put them all up, and maybe he'll be rewarded because of this nice thing with the 7-letter bingo available on his rack. His rack looks terrible, but there's a 7. Will he find it? Probably.
Yeah, we hope he sees it. It's a common English word. Nothing weird here. But you do have to stay on top of looking for bingo and not just trying to play as quickly as possible. And we see Matthew, I think, blundering early and playing too quickly, not looking for the common word.
I mean, that's tough. Like, I think I would have whiffed this word a lot of the time. When I see UUI on a rack, I'm not often looking for bingos, but the very common pursuit was the 7 available to Matthew, and he just straight up whiffed it. He didn't play PIU on that turn either, which maybe is stronger than UP. But yeah, a rare bingo miss from a player rated over 2,000. You're not going to see those too often, but that's what you saw here. Pursuit left on the table, up for 8, the opener for Matthew instead. And Whitmarsh now AEKMMNP. You can't know what a bullet he just dodged, but he's got to figure out how to play out of this weird rack. I think we're going to see Kemp come down, KEMP, and Pup, but that play gives back major triple word plays. If you play Kemp here, a lot of the time you're going to get punished for a big score. KAMME, it's a Cullen's only 5, I think. If Brad knows this word and spots this word, that's also a really nice play for him, but that's a tricky 5. Anything else you see here, Charles?
Those are the 2 plays that jump out to me. I would be really tempted by something like Cam in this spot. cami, however you say it. Downside is you're setting up big plays on this triple. Maybe the X can hurt you. So I don't see any problem with Kemp here, but as you mentioned, Matt, there's the downside is pretty large of getting hit with maybe a 30 or 40 point play, maybe even a 6-letter word extending down. But it's got to sort of hold its breath and just take it, hope that the damage isn't too bad.
Yeah, and while he's not going to get hit with a big triple word play, Matthew does have a bingo available now through the E on the board. If you've studied it, you see it. If you haven't studied it, Matt's about to teach it to you. But a high prob 8 rack, tough word to spot if you haven't studied this rack, but the plural of thesaurus is coming down here for Matthew O'Connor, 71 points. Missing the bingo on the first turn, but cashing in on the second turn with the E in space.
Yep, and again, we see him playing it very quickly. This is sort of a situation where once you determine you don't have anything through the K, you just play the bingo that you see. And maybe the first turn, Matthew should have played a little bit slower. This turn, I think playing the obvious play quickly is a good idea.
Yeah. If you're going to play fast, you want to play correctly. That one definitely correct from O'Connor. He's up 79 to 22. And Brad has into AMN as a leave, found another N plus ORT. AMNNORT. His board vision is going to be put to the test a little bit as he's got multiple strong plays that come down here, forming either KA or KO. I think the strongest play for Brad is if he knows the 5-letter Norma, NORMA. He can put an S at the end of that. That's going to be 39 points, but that's tough to spot. And 5s are really hard to have a firm mastery of. That, I think, is Brad's best play, though. We'll see if he spots it.
Yeah, I was watching Bradley's face here as the Sarai came down because he actually had bingos through the E that were blocked. He had Ornament and Tenderman, both blocked with no new E open for him to continue his bingo hopes. So I think Brad was a little bit saddened by that turn of events, but he's got to power through it. He's got a very good play here available if he sees it. Norma's, I think, the standout play here. He might spend a little bit of time looking through that eye of Thesauri, making sure that he doesn't have a bingo through there. These are, I wouldn't say they're bingo prone letters, but they're bingoable letters. They definitely could have a bingo. You want to make sure you're not missing anything here. So there might be a little bit of time expenditure making sure that he's not overlooking something.
Yeah, and I would maybe tunnel vision directly on this T hook after I identify that there are no bingos available to me. And there are some pretty strong plays that the T hook unlocks. Something like Matron or Natron down here. They score very well. Matron is 31, Natron is 29. Those are not bad options either. So I might spot that hook and just stare right there and overlook this spot entirely in this situation. It's an easy trap to fall into.
Yeah, he's got 2 tiles in his hand. I always like trying to read these clues that the players are giving us, but that's actually not giving me any information. Not sure what he was planning. Now he's holding AM. Not sure what he's thinking with those. Maybe thinking playing the M between the A and the P, making amp. You might be thinking that there's some upside there.
Yeah, that does score very well, but the leave is really rough. I think you can't keep those double N's together. You can't keep all these one pointers. That's bingo or die territory, and you don't want to be put in bingo or die territory on turn 2.
Another big exhalation of breath from Brad. Maybe he hasn't seen his options to the S of Thesara yet, and is not seeing those makes this turn a little bit tougher.
Yeah, there's so many other spots that just draw your attention right away. Like I see this, the A back hook to Pup. I see this T back hook to Kemp. And when you've got all the hooks on the board, it makes the turns way more complex because you have to find all of your plays in all of the different spots and then choose the best one. But in this situation, you don't take any of the hooks on the board. You just take the triple word square and move on. And man, this is a really challenging turn. This is one that a lot of people fall into a trap on.
Yeah, and
But
it looks
Brad's
like he
found
has
the
found that spot, but is not playing off the M here. He had Mantos and Norma's in that spot, possibly missing both of those, taking the points with Tronas instead, which I don't think is a horrible play, but you probably want to try to get rid of the M for some points here. Oh, we see him taking it back. Maybe he's reconsidering.
Oh man, I already updated the scores and everything. Now I got to go back. I feel like people were deliberately trolling me all weekend. I mean, Mac and Josh actually did when they played Burrito instead of Scrabble and broke my brain, but I digress. Nom is now what he's set down. And Nom feels very like just equity, like ANRT is a great leave. Let me try to bingo. Got the A hook, got the T hook, got a T in space. This works out often for Brad, but I would have liked to see a few more points on this turn if he could. And Matthew O'Connor playing extremely quick here. But this looks extremely accurate as well. You have to think if this doesn't get blocked, I'm playing it instantly. Quick is 51 for Matthew. Great play, and he plays it in 4 seconds.
Yeah, and that gave us no time to further dissect Brad's play, which I sort of want to go back to. The downside of playing something like Nam is that I was really useful for the A and RT, and so you're keeping good bingo letters that work well with the I, but you are blocking the I for 8s. So it achieves something, but it also sort of blocks you off from something. So maybe not the right idea there, but I can't argue with it too much.
Yeah, and pull of BIG into ANRT. Looks promising at first, that ING combination, but once again, no playable bingos on this turn for Brad. And I think in part to Charles's point that some of the floaters were blocked on this board. Now, the R and the I wouldn't have actually allowed bingos to him on this turn no matter what, but if you're going to keep the bingo-prone stuff, you got to make sure the board is constructed to be conducive to the bingo prone stuff. And instead, Brad's got another tough turn here. Man, these turns are so fundamental Scrabble. How much do I score right now? Brad has 38 points available to him on this turn if he's able to spot it. It would blow up most of the synergy on this rack, but that's a good chunk of the way to a bingo. You can also keep some of the stable stuff together. BAG keeps INRT. That feels very solid. This scores 27. BAT in the same spot opens the board, keeps INRG. That's reasonable. But Niqab through the queue is 38. GRT is not the best leave, but 38 is a lot of points. And I could see a number of players in this situation just plunking a B in one of these spots, like there or there, keeping the nice rating together and almost guaranteeing themselves a bingo next turn. Fundamental Scrabble. How much do I take right now? How much do I try to invest in my future? And Brad is opting to play Tab, it looks like.
I like this play because Tab takes an I. We got Tabby here. So he's creating new bingo lines for himself in addition to the spot here under Pup. So that I think is a very inspired idea by Bradley, sacrificing some points to make sure that the board stays open for bingos. Kind of what we didn't see him do the previous turn.
Yeah, exactly. Great point. If you're going to keep the bingo prone stuff, you've got to create opportunity for those to come down. Matthew plays defense all the time. You see him do it again there. If Brad hadn't played a word that takes a hook, there's no way he'd be playing a bingo on this turn now. He needed to play Tab instead of Bat, I think, given the leave he had. Cool decision there. I do like that one. But he's missed the bingo, BDGINOR. No playable 7s for Brad on this turn. No playable 8s for Brad on this turn. And once again, we've got that same Scrabble decision of, do I cash it all in now? The 6-letter Boating plays with the TABI hook for 34. Or you can play smaller here. BOD drops right here. Keeps INRG together again. Doesn't quite disrupt the TABI spot, so you've got that, but I don't know. There's also a word knowledge check. Trill takes a back O, so boating could also fit in this spot if Brad opts to do it. This is a really tough turn for Brad. I don't know the right sequence here. I do know I would think for a very long time on this turn, but Brad doesn't have that same luxury. He's under 15 minutes, and Matthew's still got 29 and change on his clock. You've got to start feeling the urgency if you're Brad. How would you approach this, Charles?
Ooh, this is tough. At this point, I would, with the board the way it is, I might just blow up my rack. Other than the ING, it's not really that close to bingos. There's no E there to make it easy for bingos. There's a lot of points available on the board, as we see Brad play Boing for 30. He's got to stay connected and score here. He can't fall into the trap of bingoing at all costs, and in doing so fall behind by 2 bingos. That's a very straightforward way to lose the game. So I like this idea from him, but the downside, we see it come right away. Matthew wasting absolutely no time whatsoever to take the new spot that was created, and he hits locks for a huge score.
22:52 left on the clock for Matthew O'Connor. He has made 5 plays, and he has used 2 minutes and 8 seconds of his clock. People feel that, man. People absolutely feel time pressure in Scrabble. It's a thing you can't really quantify, and it's a thing when you play Matthew, you just know that it's going to happen. But it's tough. It's really tough to play against people who play this fast and this aggressively. All right, you're circling that O. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I see it bringing up in chat too the decision of Bring versus Boing on Bradley's last turn. That deciding to put the vowel there rather than a consonant completely destroyed him. That was a huge comeback for Matthew. That would have not been possible had he put a consonant there. So those little decisions like that, it seems almost inconsequential, really. But it sort of unlocks a scoring spot on the board that didn't already exist for Matthew, and he immediately pounces on it. So I feel like Bradley might want that turn back to not put a vowel in that spot.
I mean, that's Scrabble, though. Sometimes if you play boring and you put the B here and you get hit with an aerobe, you're like, well, I never should have put it there. Sometimes if you play Boing and then you get hit with the X, you think, I shouldn't have done that. But sometimes you play Bring and then you draw a rack full of vowels and you think, wow, I really should have kept the R. You never actually know what's going to happen. You just kind of have to play your gut instinct. And sometimes your gut instinct gets you punched hard in the face, as happened here. Can't know Matthew had the X, but it really hurts when Matthew does have the X. Brad played Res, and he played it pretty fast. We didn't get a lot of analysis there, and in patented Matthew O'Connor form, he just immediately plays Ego back. It feels like a solid play, but the most solid part is that you just keep the clock churning. 22:30 left on Matthew's clock. Brad under half of his clock left at this point in the game. And he's got more hard situations as Matthew continues doing his thing and walling in this board. You start feeling more and more and more pressure if you're Brad. I wonder if he noticed his spot. That's huge.
Yeah, he needs to see Quickie here. And he actually does have a play ending in YS. He has D raise for 57 big points. That would be a huge boon for him. I think basically necessary for him to stay in this game, because we're seeing the board quickly turn into one that's very unfriendly for bingos. You can't really bingo through the Q. You can't put an S on Kempt. You've got the O of Ego and the G and the L of Trill. Maybe Trills is still in play, but other than that, nowhere really to bingo. Bradley's not even that close to a bingo. If he can spot the points he's got available to him now, he basically has to make this play.
Yeah, and this is the time pressure effect. I know that Brad knows the word D-Ray. I know that Brad knows the word Quickie, but in this situation, you just can't devote the time to scanning the full board and looking for every option. This is a miss induced by the speedster and the time pressure Matthew has been putting on all game. That unquantifiable time pressure effect seems to be paying dividends here. YAE is a good play. D-Ray was a great play. but Brad just doesn't have the time to look for stuff like that right now. ACINOOT on Matthew's rack, and I think he's actually going to slow down a bit on this turn and really think it through. This spot right here, the O or the S that go at the end of Trill, are the big thing to me. If I'm committing to this defensive game plan, I'm knocking that out next. I'm looking to play something like NOO in this spot if I'm Matthew. I expect that's what we're going to see. Play fast, block the spot. There it is, new.
Yeah, that is exactly the kind of play we expect from Matthew. So no surprise at all that he played it, and he took a little bit more time, maybe 15 more seconds, but he still played it very quickly, and that play achieves everything that he wants to do with this board. It's now, I think, basically dead to bingos unless you have one going through the OO or from the queue of quick. So, and with what looks like a 95-point lead for Matthew, he is in complete command of this game.
Complete command of the scoreboard, complete command of the clock, and Brad's got a bunch of different options on this turn, but again, with that time pressure, it's hard for him to think all this through. A play of just GOV creates a really odd line for Matthew that he might not be able to do much about. That's fun, but he's got really nice overlaps on top of the board. FARED, making 3 different Collins only stacking words, is 41 points right now. Hard to pass up on 41. Then there's also ALF in this spot, or a few other plays that take advantage of the Poopa hook. That's going to create an opportunity to get down to this quadrant. But if you don't open this board soon, you know Matthew never will, and you might just run out of time. I think this is too much to pass up, though. Well spotted by Brad in a time crunch.
Yeah, this is a really good play. Turning ek into eat is counterintuitive. That's unless you're specifically thinking about the hooks because you've studied the hooks. It's not something that you kind of come up with organically. So really good find by Bradley. I'm impressed by this play.
Yeah, man, that seems like one of those things I would just miss a million times until I've missed it so much that every time I see etch on the board, I think of the front E. I guess Brad's got this one down. He finds it quickly. Matthew now has the Y to capitalize on this spot. Just something like AYS. That's 31 points. It's an uninspiring play, but it's cool. Matthew instead says, you're not bingoing down from this queue either. You're not bingoing anywhere on this board. You're going to have no fun in this game, and I'm just going to keep building a wall. And
yeah, although the T is easier to bingo from than the Q, so this actually doesn't achieve bingo defense, really. I think he just wanted to get rid of one of his duplicate eyes. But again, I maybe played a little bit too quickly. He probably overlooked quickie, just like Bradley did.
You preserve the Y for next turn. Maybe he saw it, but I'm not worried about a bingo down from this T because I'm either going to pound this spot or this spot if he does play there. You can score 61 if you bingo down from my T, and then I'm going to score 45 back. Congrats, you did it. Way to go. You burned a blank and got 15 extra points out of it. I like the thinking there for Matthew, though I am worried about QIN plays that kind of fork the board and open a line here and another line here. That could be very dangerous, but Brad will need an N to make that happen. He doesn't have one. He's got an abysmal rack, ADIIOUV. It's crunch time for Brad. You need to get this board open quick. You're running out of time, both on your clock and in terms of tiles remaining. You're running out of lines to open. Got to do something big here. I wonder if we're going to see something like Duo and Erd, or if we're going to see a longer play down from this L, something like Livid. He could try to play defense for one more turn and try to get a little bit closer to bingo range before he opens this board. But this is a big turn for Brad. It's do or die time.
Yeah, and he is running low on time with still a good half of the game to be played. He's down to 7 minutes and 30 seconds. We see Matthew still near 21 minutes on his clock. Usually the clock situation doesn't have too much bearing on the outcome of a game if both players are, I guess, quote unquote, playing normally. But Matthew, not a normal player when it comes to the clock. And so many of his games feature blunders by his opponents induced by time pressure. It's one of the rare times when playing that fast actually does work out for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a risk and reward proposition. Like, the faster you play, the more likely you are to derp and miss things like quickie or pursuit, but also the more opponents you're going to force your opponent to make. And some opponents do fine under time pressure. Like, I would never time rush Zach Ansell because he dominates me in blitz anyway. But other people need more time to think through their stuff. All right. Matthew does not take much time. Erd has 3 back hooks in CSW. In addition to the S, it also takes an E and a Y. Matthew had 2 of those 3 hooks and cashes in one of them, the Y hook with JAY, continuing to play defense. And Brad continuing to draw these awkward combinations, 2 Vs, 2 Is. He's wasting no time before playing Vivo. And that is going to make a complication for Matthew O'Connor. This line is hard to hit, but also very hard to fully obstruct without giving anything back. This line is now available for Brad as well. A wonderful board forking play, capitalizing on those Vs and giving himself 2 separate opportunities in this game.
Yeah, I mean, it was sort of a forced play from Bradley, but it does everything that he wants to. That was sort of maybe the long con with a play like Dewey is you're setting up the E for Erde, so Matthew blocks it. But in blocking it, sort of unlocks a quadrant of the board that was not available to you. So over the course of a couple turns, Bradley's chances in this game went from basically non-existent to slim, but still very much there. And he does have the H to go under the C of Edic, which is going to be a huge wrinkle in this position.
Yeah, that is huge for Brad. The C is a great blocker, except that CH is valid and the H is on Brad's rack. Now, he does not have a bingo this turn, and he doesn't really have the time to be shuffling and looking for bingos on this turn. But you need to hold on to that H to keep this line alive if you're Brad, and probably distract Matthew by playing somewhere else. A play like Ahi up here gets hit so hard with these R's and D's unseen to front hook IF, the G as well, but I would be looking to do something in that vein, try to open up a completely different area of the board, make Matthew look up top, and then, oh yeah, I love what you've got set up here, yeah. Play down there, keep the H. Nice. Talk us through that, Charles.
I'm just thinking a little bit of a smoke screen, like just playing AN here. Sorry for my bad handwriting, but doing something like that is a little bit wild. It's a little bit risky, but it does create a spot that Matthew is forced to address. And it does score a little bit. It keeps you within bingo range and retains the H for playing bingos underneath Edic. So Bradley does have a little bit of flexibility here in terms of sort of smoke screening bingo lines to keep this board open.
And this is not a line that we've paid enough attention to, but EECH has 4 front hooks in CSW. The 2 scary ones, the B and the K, are already out, but the L and the R are still very much in play. 2 of those. That is a 7s line up top.
Yeah, and Bradley probably has figured out by this point the way Matthew is playing very defensively. He's not necessarily going for bingo himself. He's just going all out to try to stop Bradley from bingoing. And so Bradley doesn't need to feel scared leaving bingo lines open. He can just leave them open until he hits. So I like this idea from Bradley to create a new spot. Matthew has to think about it and leave other spots on the board open.
This is exactly how you have to play someone like Matthew. He's going to block the biggest threat on the board almost all the time, and generally you tunnel in on this. What's the worst thing that can happen? You bingo from the A for a lot of points. Okay, I probably want to take that away. You have to be gunning elsewhere and distract your opponent. And then the other thing you have to do is actually draw bingos, and I don't know that he's done that. He's found both blanks, but a ton of E's. This one's going to get spicy. All right. Matthew is immediately blocking like he always does. EE the block, trying to keep that flexible S and make sure he can thwart other things that Brad opens up. I think Matthew also needs to stay prepared if an H bingo does come down here or a TH bingo comes down here. You've got to be prepared to pounce on that spot. You cannot have a bad rack after Brad bingos. And he's staying flexible by playing off his vowels. Good choice there from him. Get those scores updated. AEEE H blank blank the rack for Brad. He has one playable bingo right here. And I think that bingo is actually just a kind of game losing play if you put it down, because you're going to get punished so hard. That bingo was Healees, Healees. Brad has bypassed it to put two E's down. So Matthew plays two E's here. Brad plays two E's here. And we continue on playing Scrabble. 280, 326. Matthew's advantage.
I'm wondering. Bradley could have just played Heave here for 30 points, 18 more points than Eve, while keeping E blank blank. He's getting closer and closer on the scoreboard with every turn, where Matthew is just sacrificing points to block. So I wonder if just taking the 30 points there might have been better for Bradley.
Keeping the H feels so important. If you don't keep the H, Matthew can ignore this spot, take this one, and then just win the game unless you draw a miracle 9 or something.
Yeah, I suppose, right. The H is really crucial in that position, so maybe there's no way to play it off. That is a good point. But it's, again, so many points where you're getting close enough on the scoreboard where maybe you don't need a bingo. It's hard to say. Maybe the lack of scoring spots on this board mean you do need a bingo.
Yeah, it's a tough turn. There's a lot of tough turns, and again, Matthew in a huge advantage. He's got a small edge in this game, but he's got a huge edge on the clock. And now, when all the pressure's on, he gets to think, and Brad's just going to have to improvise. Matthew has a lot of points available to him. A play like FLOES right here is 38, capitalizing on a couple of hooks that he's sitting on. It keeps one of his crucial S's. So if a play like Thenage comes down, you threaten that big S hook back. You need to maintain one of your S's here. If you're Matt, you need to try to score some points as well and outrun some of the lower scoring bingos that could come down. Matt's got to spot this. Instead, he set up loafs, which I think he's going to play there. All right, we'll just play defense all game.
Yeah, I think, again, that's very typical for Matthew to take out, I guess what I would say is the most likely bingo spot on this board. Oh yeah, he sees the downside, which Matt was just starting to write on the board before it got taken away. Leech takes an S on the front for Sleech. So ST bingos making Sleech and Todd would be very damaging for Matthew. So he's back to the drawing board. Luckily, he's got 16 minutes on his clock to think this turn through.
Yeah, I'm trying to see. You have to think about worst case scenario if you're Matt in this situation. What's the worst thing that can happen? But I can see some horrible things happening. Opening up, Leech takes a 2 front hooks, both an F and an S, and I see S and 2 blanks unseen. You don't invite that volatility in. This play survives the bingos up here and can outrun them most of the time. So you don't block in this instance if you're Matt. You just score 38. You make sure that you're not going to get bingoed on twice. It's important to play off more than 3 tiles here so that Brad doesn't bingo bango you. every time a game gets intense, we decide to lose the feed. I suppose the internet just can't handle the suspense. We can't either. FAS, the decision for Matt here. Looks like he either whiffed on this VE front hook or decided to play shorter here. But this, I don't think, was the correct approach for Matthew on that turn. He's played so well on this tight board, but I think a little misplay here. And Brad is going to play, it looks like THENAGE up the bottom. He's also got Tranche, TRANCHE, up top for 83. But maybe in a time pressure situation, he doesn't spot that. He's going to play Thenars, THENARS instead.
Yeah, and good idea to just find a bingo and play it quickly here. There's still tons of tiles, tons of endgame left, and it's still very winnable. In fact, Bradley takes the lead with this play. He is now up by 12 points. So he's going to want his remaining 3 minutes on his clock. He's probably going to want all of it.
Well, I don't know that Brad's going to get another play. He's going to draw the last 7 tiles out of the bag. Matthew's going to wait until Brad's finished drawing. He's going to reach in that bag himself to make sure it's empty. And he's got an out bingo set up right now. GOLLERS is 86 and game over. But you have to be very, very certain of that word to play it here. You've got other certain wins. Just OGLERS is good enough, because those unseen tiles are so bad. There aren't major threats you have to think about here. So we'll see. Do you take the 100% win and the word you're confident on, or do you try to swing and take that bingo? We'll find out.
Yeah, and I'm seeing some suggestions in chat that maybe Bradley should have waited to bingo to try to make sure that Matthew doesn't bingo in response. That gets complicated, and it's not guaranteed to succeed. But maybe there is some merit to, with such good letters, with 2 blanks and extremely bingo prone tiles and the H, just leaving it for one more turn. It's hard for us to go back and see how that would play out. But we see that this line did not play out well for Bradley, so maybe something else was called for there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would not have played Thenars. Thenars just kind of feels like I'm rolling over and losing right now. With both blanks in tow and 2 bingo lines available, I would have tried to wait one more turn and hit him with an out bingo or a late game bingo that can't be punished back. But Brad just didn't have the time to think through any of this. Matthew did exactly what Matthew does. He made the board really tight, really hard to figure out the right approach, and then he played so fast that you just couldn't figure out what to do, and instead you just kind of floundered around and died, even with both blanks on your rack. Matthew O'Connor 101, he executed it to perfection here. The way Matthew O'Connor plays, I would put him very similar to the way that we've seen a lot of the very strong Nigerian players play as well. I've seen Nigerians do this so well. They play tight board control, but they also play fast and in your face. And it just makes the game so much harder when you have opponents who choose to play you like this. And I think that's the reason they've had so much success over there in Nigeria, because they play a brand of Scrabble people aren't used to, and Matthew does exactly the same thing. There are some North Americans who will play this way, but he does it about as well as anybody. Matthew and then Joey Kravchik over in NWL land, I think, are the closest variants we have.
Yeah, facing off against a player like this, it honestly feels a little bit overwhelming. You get so used to playing players who play conventionally, taking a normal amount of time, playing in sort of a normal style of Scrabble, that when you're faced not only with a sort of a tactical change in a more defensive game, and you're being time rushed, it gets very hard to deal with unless you're ready for it. And I mean, you find out who you're playing. Maybe you say, "Oh, I'm playing Matthew." You got to be ready for his style. But just saying that to yourself maybe doesn't do enough. You're maybe never going to be ready to be hit with all those things at once.
It's hard. It's really hard to adjust. And in Scrabble, sometimes you're going to play against a person who sits there for 9 minutes on the first turn with a rack of retina and a blank in order to maximize every point. And sometimes you're going to play against people who just play as fast as they can and make you make all the hard choices. Matthew, faced with that hard choice, decided not to try GOLLERS. Instead, he plays a certain to win the game LOSEL word he's confident on. This does the trick for him. Brad is going to hold it just because Brad's going to figure out, I think I can win if this comes off, and then I play wards or wands in that same spot. So, if a challenge can win you the game, it's always fine to sacrifice the 5-point spread and 5-point challenge. I expect we're going to see Brad challenge here if there's any uncertainty at all. And if not, he'll realize he's sunk and do something. Maybe DAWDS. Looks like his best end game.
The interesting thing here is Matthew did leave some outplays, but his crazy outplay is just playing Game Year, making re-go. But he does have Gore through OO and Reg through the A of Thenars, more conventional outplays. But interesting to note, I'm not sure if Matthew spots it, the crazy two-tile play through an existing 4-letter word.
God, I bet he did think of it. He spent far too long on that turn. If Matthew actually thinks on a turn, he's probably going to do something brilliant. So I bet he saw the whole sequence already. I bet he's going to go out there. If Matthew uses more than 2 minutes on a turn, he's got a good plan.
We're not sure if Bradley's still holding here. I mean, basically in this situation, you hold until the end of the game. You hold until you make your play. Your opponent doesn't have any tiles left to draw. So you're leaving the door open to challenging as soon as you figure out what the best sequence is. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a challenge here just once Bradley confirms that there's no other way to win this game.
The inevitability of playing Matthew O'Connor is you're going to have the dancing flames underneath your picture on the Let's Play Scrabble stream. And, it was foregone conclusion as soon as we sat down for this game. This is going to happen. Here it is.
Clock ticking down for Bradley. 30. I mean, here he just takes as much time as he needs. And we do see a challenge that was expected. You just got to hope against hope that Lozelle is not a word.
Yeah, you've got to, and I'm never going to chastise a player for challenging a word if you can win the game by challenging and you're certain to lose otherwise. Josh let us know that the challenge computer is currently set to NWL, so he's got to do a little switcheroo, make sure CSW is loaded up on the screen. Got to get a big stretch in a tense moment. I guess we're clarifying, you're just challenging the 5, right? You're not challenging EL or CHE or ITS. It looks like 5 more points are going to go Matthew's way after we get all of this situated and adjudicated. I'm also hearing from Josh that we're going to have to do a little bit of a break this game just because Matthew played so fast that we don't expect some of the other Collins games are going to be finished just yet. So I think we're going to get a little break while we figure out who else or who we're going to show next game and wait for them to finish up. Though now we've got this lengthy delay. Matthew actually had to think about a couple turns. Brad's low on time. We might not actually be that ahead of schedule with this one. All right. WordJudge.me has been updated to the correct lexicon. There's Art Moore in the middle. This is his program that saves us all so much time, energy, and headache. Thank you, Art, for bringing this. LOSEL is good. Matthew O'Connor picks up 5 additional points. Brad is still on turn. And with 25 seconds, he'll put down his final play of this game.
Yeah, that challenge cam is sick. Sometimes you get good reactions out of it. In this case, I think Bradley kind of knew what the outcome was before they even hit the tab key. But that challenge cam is a fun little diversion to see people freaking out.
And as you said, yep, he spotted Game Year. This was the planned out the whole way. That's going to make this the final 408 for Matthew O'Connor, 381 for Brad Whitmarsh. We'll test out this overhead mic and see what we... we're
another challenge.
All right, more spread. Hooray. Re-go. The play is acceptable. 5 additional points, so 21 and out. Let me double end this game now. The final in this one, 413 for Matthew O'Connor, 381 for Brad Whitmarsh, who finishes with 8 seconds on his clock. Got to be just catching your breath after that. Always got to catch your breath after you play Matthew O'Connor. We'll cut to overhead mics, see if we get anything here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I guess that was the issue.
Remember getting paid off.
Yeah, I was like, I mean, I knew I was going to win. I know you didn't have it. It's fine. Cool. I mean, what was it, 413 to 381?
Yeah, I was thinking after maybe I should have played something open that you got more.
I think you should have not been. I think you should have waited and tried to think about it.
Maybe.
Because there's stuff with these. And if, I don't think you should have taken these. Bingoing and emptying the bag down to exactly, you get 7 in the bag. And if I played out, I probably would have
Yeah, maybe this is worse.
Tough to hear this one, but I think Matthew kind of given the same advice that maybe some of us were talking about. Bingoing here just kind of feels like you lose, so maybe you don't do it. Not getting a great post-mortem quality, so we're going to cut away from it there and cut back to the booth. We have 2 more games of CSW action before the lunch break, so y'all at home don't go anywhere, except do go somewhere. Do bring your right hand over to your mouse or your trackpad and click the thumbs up button next to this video. Drive us up that algorithm. Let's get everybody watching this Lake George tournament this weekend. And hey, thanks to everybody for tuning in, listening to us drivel on about spelling words. We wouldn't be doing any of this without the big viewership numbers we've had. So thank you for tuning in. Stay tuned in all weekend. Plenty more Scrabble to come. We do want to give a couple plugs. We just saw wordjudge.me, a fantastic Scrabble resource provided by the great Art Moore. One other great Scrabble resource we want to plug here is a mobile app. If you're new to competitive Scrabble and you haven't seen it yet, you've got to download Ulu, U-L-U. It's a great 3-letter Scrabble word for unloading some nasty letters, but it's also a word lookup tool, the ultimate lookup utility. In fact, you can look up in any lexicon, any combination of letters in a bunch of different ways, find the bingos you just missed in a game, learn some new words. You can quiz yourself. It's also got a clock app. So if you don't want to buy an expensive timer, or if you let battery acid eat away at the inside like I did, you've always got a timer on your phone. Huge, huge kudos to Seth Lipkin for putting that together. And we pulled down the graphic before I even talked about cross tables, but cross tables is another absolutely invaluable gem for competitive Scrabble. It's got all the upcoming tournaments listed on it. You can find one near you. You can come join us. You can come be a word nerd too. And I promise you don't have to be as good as Matthew O'Connor or Bradley Whitmarsh to have fun playing in a Scrabble tournament. We won't put you on the internet and drag your name out. You can start in a lower division, work your way up to as high as you feel like, and just come spell words with us over the weekend. But Ulu, Cross Tables, 2 fantastic resources. Thank you to Seth for all you do for the game, but especially for those. Charles, what do you want to say about those?
I just want to say Cross Tables, that's been one of my go-to websites for close to 2 decades now, just browsing through tournament results, historical results, annotated games, looking at tournaments I want to play. That site has got it all. I just browse it for fun. Everybody out there should be checking it out.
Whenever I have a bad day, I open Cross Tables, I find a tournament, and then I look at flights to play in that tournament. And then I see that they're really expensive, and I usually back out. But I am playing one in Madison, Wisconsin in a few weeks. You can come say, hey, if you haven't yet. It's going to be a big one. Charles will be there too. We are going to cut to a little break. I got to get some more coffee or my vocal cords will absolutely die. So a short little break. It might be a little bit longer. It depends on how long the other CSW games go. I don't think I have the matchup just yet, but I'll put it in chat as soon as we know. We'll cut to a little intermission. Everybody bop to this music, and we'll see you in a couple. Welcome back, folks. 2 more games before the lunch break in Lake George, and the next one's going to be a really awesome one. We've got first place Josh Castellano at 5-0 versus third place Matthew Tunnicliffe at 4-1. This is going to be a really important game for the future of this tournament and a really well-played game. Both of these players are so solid and so fun to watch. Let's bring in Charles. Charles, give us a little match preview of Matthew Tunnicliffe and Josh Castellano.
So we already saw Josh Castellano earlier this morning. Basically needs no introduction now. He's got the credentials to back up his skill. 2024 Collins Division SPC champion. And then Matthew Tunnicliffe, who I think might secretly be the best Collins player in this field, although the credentials possibly don't back it up. Another extremely good player. Both of these players, I am in total awe of their word knowledge, just total word machines. And the strategy is not lagging too far behind for both of them. So this is going to be an exceptional game.
Yeah, 2 of the top players in this field, right at the top of the standings. It's going to have huge ramifications. Let's go ahead and not forestall any further. Let's play Scrabble. Tunnicliffe is one of my favorite players to watch. I say this almost every time I get him on stream, but he can be very creative. He is not afraid to play unconventional words. He's not afraid to make stuff up completely. He's definitely played some famous phonies. His word knowledge is exceptional, and that allows him to do things like that. You trust him a little too often, and he will capitalize. He can be really fun to watch and provide some dramatic Scrabble.
And I was just looking at the results from last round. Both players scored over 500 in their games. So that might be an omen of what we're going to see here.
We'll see. I would love to see one of those patented Collins. We just score, 1,060 points between the 2 of us, and everybody catches their breath after sprinting and playing 4 bingos. We're due for one of those. Maybe this is a start we need. ACDELS. What's the 7th tile? And an I. 1 playable 7-letter bingo here for Matthew Tunnicliffe. It is a CSW only word, and he's not going to waste any more time. It is scaled, SCAILAD. Checks all the boxes, puts the consonants next to the double letter squares, doubles the C. Yep, this is the play.
Yeah, the only quibble we could have is maybe he should have opened vertically.
Yes, always open vertically if you can, because that gives us stuff to talk about. But alas, not the content we wanted. Matthew Tunnicliffe pulls ahead 76-0, and Josh Castellano has no vowels and a Q on his rack. So he's got to figure out what to do about this. Just dropping the Q for 11 feels nuts, leaving 6 consonants on your rack. Well, 5 consonants and a Y, but that's reasonable. His word knowledge, a little bit put to the test here. RICKLY plays for 25, holding QS, or Larky, LARKY, playing through this A for 24, keeping CQS. Charles, how would you approach this turn?
So there is some synergy between all of the letters on Castellano's rack. I guess we can call him Josh now, just Josh. Other than the Q, like the C and the K go together, the L and the Y go together. I would say even the K and the Y go together. So just dropping the Q on top of the I of scaled, it doesn't feel very good, but it does keep some synergy, especially if you draw a vowel or a vowel opens up from Matthew's next play. So that actually, despite the 6 consonant leave or 5 consonants, 1 quasi-consonant leave, might still be a reasonable play, especially if he doesn't spot Rickley, which is I would say, a hard one to find.
This is an even bigger turn now for Josh because we can see what Matthew Tunnicliffe has drawn. DDEGIRS gives him bingos both with this A and with this L. So a play using the I, either Rickley or Chi, will block both. And this is going to save Josh from, oh no, he's giving the L in space. So the bingo's still going to be able to play for Matthew Tunnicliffe after this. But good display of word knowledge here from Josh Castellano. We've come to expect this from him, but Rickley, the play, does have two big front hooks, a P and a T, but Matthew has neither, and he's got to play griddles down here. Looks like the play is on hold first, though. That creates some extra drama here, and Matthew's challenged.
Yeah, I think Matthew is figuring if he can get this play off the board and then play griddles through the L of scaled, this game's almost over before it even started. So he's taking his shot here. He probably knows the word and probably figures it's good, but he sees his chance to just put this game away right on turn 2, and he wants to see if he can make it happen. So I guess those 5 extra points could come in handy later, but putting the game away right away, that would feel so good for Matthew.
It absolutely would, and perhaps even you can forego griddles and play the aggressive bingo through the A if this comes off. Disgrade plays through the A, or used to play through the A. That takes 2 big back hooks, the D and the S, but you know that he's got a bunch of consonants, and 5 of them are not DS. You're probably not getting punished very hard, so you can even pull the trigger and make the crazy play. I think it's totally worth throwing the 5 points there if you're Matthew, if you're even remotely unsure. That's what he does, and now he threatens griddles for 72, which comes down now.
Yeah, we figured he would see this one because it was available to him last turn, so this isn't anything new. He didn't have to find a new word. It was the word that got blocked, but is, again, reopened for him. So not spending too much time on that turn. He's played very quickly on these first 2 turns. Saving time for the end game, always a good idea.
Oh man, what an interesting rack for Josh now. Master and a Q. He's got the T hook for Trickley. He's got a bunch of good floaters for hitting Bingo's next turn, and even this G out in space is extremely threatening. Something like Migrate's Magister, something like that. Not quite fitting, but Sterigma could be a huge threat. So I wonder, do you fish your Q for just 11? If you know Trickley, do you play Cot up here and wall yourself in? Or do you look to take a different line of approach? QI for 11 bingos so often next turn. I think that's the play here, but it's hard. What are you thinking, Charles?
I think after much internal anguish, I think I agree with you, Matt. I think fishing the Q here has got so much upside. It really almost feels like a guaranteed bingo, especially as long as Josh sees Trickley available. It really almost feels like a guaranteed bingo to fish off the Q here. Whereas with Cat, you're scoring 30 points, but you're drawing 3 tiles instead of 1. There's a lot more randomness there. And the upside for getting huge scoring plays next turn versus if you don't draw a bingo is somewhat limited on this board. You might be able to play down from the S of griddles. We're, I guess, assuming that Matthew is going to block the G. So I do like this play a lot. I do expect Matthew his spidey senses are going to start tingling here, and he's probably going to try to take out the G if he can.
All right, an A or an E draws a triple, and it won't get blocked. Matthew Tunnicliffe has found his 3rd consecutive bingo to start the game. He's got overrun and run over, but I expect to see him play overrun here. The G stays open after the 1-tile fish, and he's drawn an L. No triple coming on this turn, but still going to be a bingo in response from Josh Castellano. He's got nothing using the G at all, though. But Matthew Tunnicliffe can't know that right now. This is scary, but I think he has no choice but to leave the G alone and play his 3rd straight bingo.
Yeah, and I think it's worth noting that the play of Chi from Josh is not necessarily indicative of like a super duper good leave. It's probably a pretty good leave, but Josh might also have just been looking to shed the Q and having no other way to do it. Played it for 11. So it's not like Matthew should peg Josh for a blank or for Satine or something. So maybe a little bit easier to leave the G open. And of course you're bingoing. So pretty nice to take the 75 points and leave the G open. And I think we're going to see Josh hook his S onto overrun and play one of his multiple 7-letter words. He's just probably going to give it a little bit of thought which one's best positionally for him.
God, did Matthew just draw another bingo?
He
Did Matthew
drew.
just draw hongying
He
for?
just drew hongying.
He has hongying. All right, game over. Matthew draws 4 bingos in a row, including a triple that doesn't get blocked. Welcome to Lake George. Holy crap!
Matt, I think we spoke it into existence before this game. We
Yeah, I
wanted
mean,
a high-scoring Collins game.
yeah, Josh has done nothing wrong except get absolutely run over. He's playing his highest scoring bingo, Lamster. Maybe you want to play armlets or trammels, but I like this. Keep this lane open, keep this lane open, and you're just going to get absolutely obliterated here. Oh my God. Hongying, Hongiing, 167. And Matthew's not going to need much more time to spot this, I don't think.
I guess there is a blank involved, so there is a chance that he misses it or needs some time to find it. Or he might be looking at plays that put the H here, just for even more damage. So he might take a little bit of time. As I say that, he is not taking any more time and is just going to put this game away. It was already, I think, put away, but even more put away now.
Good God. So after 4 moves, Matthew Tunnicliffe has 390 points. That's Scrabble. He leads by 260. And this game is basically over IIOU. Have fun with that, Josh Castellano. And you're losing to a really good player by 1,000 points.
Yeah, it kind of makes our job a little bit more difficult, Matt, when games are over like this very quickly. But that's what happens sometimes in Scrabble. A good player like Matthew, who I think has just drawn a 5th bingo, he's drawn Pentito, which plays on top of Scaled. Sometimes it just happens this way.
Some people sit there and they think, this kind of crap doesn't happen to other players. It only happens to me. But no, this kind of crap even happens to North American champions. And Matthew Tunnicliffe even has a bingo that plays there if he wants and can open another triple and try to score 900 points this turn if he wants. That's just an incredible display of drawing, but he's also played every turn right. And we didn't touch on this earlier, but Matthew Tunnicliffe dodged a major trap on this turn. Griddle, the 7, has an anagram, glitter, Glidder, but glid is an adjective. Glid, glitter, and glittist. It's so easy to try to play glitters, Glidders. He did not. He played the valid word instead, and he has been rewarded and rewarded and rewarded. 5 straight bingos to open the game. Now, Josh Castellano has one chance to make a big fat flex. He's not going to win this game, but he has one really nice play and could make a statement about, hey, even when I get absolutely crushed, I find really sick stuff. I won't say what the sick play is yet, but there is a sick play there.
Yeah, I can confirm he does have a standout play here that would show remarkable resilience in the face of doing the math here, a 260-point deficit. I guess he's just sitting there scratching his head looking miserable, so maybe that remarkable resilience slowly draining from his body. But he's going to have to play this one out. There's no such thing as forfeiting in Scrabble.
And Charles, if you have 390 points through right. Sorry for the technical difficulties once again, kind of been a theme of the internet issues in Lake George, but Fucoids, the real standout play if you're not watching in chat. That's extremely hard to spot, especially as you're getting absolutely destroyed already in this game. I can't fault Josh for missing that, but Scrabble's crazy. Scrabble's also crazy because not only does Matthew have Pentito, he has the P that he needs to play Prickly. His pace has been 98 points per turn, and he has 91 available on this turn as well. Unbelievable start. I've never seen a game started quite like this before. It's been incredible.
Yeah, this is where if you're Matthew, you start thinking, am I going to get a 700 game? Am I going to be able to pull 700 out of this? Because you do need a lot of bingos, but the problem with playing a lot of bingos is the game ends so quickly. And it looks like he might be missing Prickly here, so that is sad. That makes it a lot harder for him to get to 700. So sad face there. Obviously, still really nice to get 5 bingos in a row. Josh is making some faces.
Josh immediately, I think, realized, why didn't you play Prickly? You don't deserve any more points this game. Arg. That's rough. And he had Trickly and Prickly, and he played neither one. 459 for Matthew Tunnicliffe. All right. Now I hope you don't get 800.
I mean, there is perhaps a little bit of defensive merit here to possibly reduce bingos with this placement of Pentito, but you got to go for your 700 game if you're Matthew. It is worth noting that Pentito does not take an S, so there's no danger there. That looks like maybe a misstep, but Pentito, no S.
All right, the plural Pentiti, one of those Italians that goes just to an I. Boo, boo, I wanted 700 and more. I wanted Prickly, but alas, it's not going to happen here. Oh well.
So Josh looking at a sort of unwieldy collection of vowels here. He looks like he's getting ready to play aid, which would... Actually, I'm not sure where he's putting that. I guess, yeah, maybe on top to set up his S. That's a good thought. Because there is really no S hook on this board. And if he does want to score 300 this game, or let's get ambitious and say he wants to score 375 this game, he wants to at least get 1 bingo down. Sorry, he already played Lamster, but clearly not enough. He wants to get another bingo down.
All right, well, Matthew now has the opportunity to miss Trickly again, as his best play this turn is probably Bothan in this spot. I know he knows that's 6, but he whiffed Trickly last turn. He'll probably whiff it again this turn. I bet he's going to play Bonhams, Bonhams. That's a sick play too, but there's the hook, and it knocks out the SAI spot. That's what you want to do here.
Yeah, at this point, I think if you're Matthew, you don't take any mercy on your opponent. You don't just leave bingo lines open because you can. You want to try to get as much spread as possible. There's no room for mercy here. And so anything that Josh tries to do to open up the board or set himself up, you should be jumping on that, trying to extend this winning margin to like 300, 350 if you can. That spread can help you later in the tournament.
Matthew has set up the only 8 possible with his rack, BothYman, Cullen's only word. No Y's in space for him. Sorry, Matthew, you won't be bingoing 6 straight turns. But Josh has to just be grimacing like, are you going to do it again? You really going to do it again? No.
Yeah, you can see it's sort of like braced for, maybe not physically braced, but emotionally braced for the 6th straight bingo. I'm not sure what the record is to start the game. I know there's been 5 played to start a game. I think we see confirmation in chat that happened to somebody in the chat. I'm not sure if anybody's done 6. Sadly, we're not going to see it here.
I think 6 in a row has happened, but I don't know that that was at the beginning of a game. 6 straight to start a game would have been nuts. But that's Scrabble justice. As soon as you whiff prickly, you don't deserve any more bingos. If you want to, and you want to see as many points as possible, you can play Hambone right here. Keep this spot open, keep this spot open, and just see how many points we can all score together. But there really is no strategy. When you're ahead by 300, just do stuff and then get to the end of the game and then go tell everybody, hey, I just beat Josh Castellano by 300. That feels good.
Yeah, and I think it's also pointed out in chat that if Matthew sort of switches gears here and just tries to get like a 650 or 700 game, he should be playing short where he can to sort of prolong the action. Like if he's able to make a 2-tile play here that scores points, he might think about it. Sadly, on this turn, all of his best plays involve playing 4, 5, or 6 tiles. But that would be sort of in the back of my mind. Is, do I want to slow this game down, leave the spots open? There's still a blank and an S, some bingo type stuff in the pool. Try to get 1 or 2 more bingos. I would be thinking about it.
I don't know that I would be thinking anymore. Mental energy is always a thing you have to preserve. And this tournament's only 15. It's not like one of those crazy 28 or 31 gamers, but I'm not thinking anymore in this one. I'm thankful that the tile gods didn't make me think in this one, and I wouldn't waste much more energy. I just play. But to each their own. Matthew Tunnicliffe probably has a lot more mental stamina than I do, and he's probably lost tournaments on spread before, so he wants to optimize here against who he probably thinks is the biggest threat to take this division from him.
Yep. Yeah, Josh is, we can see his record below him, 5-0. So he's got a target on his back. Matthew wants to beat him by as much as possible. And Matthew has done very well in some very long tournaments. So I would say that his mental stamina is unmatched or close to unmatched among top expert players.
We'll see. I don't know what I would be doing if I were sitting in this chair right now, except probably flames would be coming out of my breath. I'd be, please, can you just do something? I'm losing by 300 and I want to go home.
Yeah, Matthew has spent quite a bit of time on this turn. He does have Bothan set up. We wonder if he sees turning Rickley into Trickley, because that was missed last turn. If he played it now, he would probably be aware that he had screwed up the Pentito turn, which it would sort of be an admission of defeat to Josh. Like, hey, I screwed this up.
Everybody's proud in Scrabble. Nobody wants to admit that they made the mistake, but we've got video evidence that Matthew Tunnicliffe did make one mistake in this tournament. He doesn't do it very often, folks.
He's probably thinking about playing Trickley here and then what he's going to say in the postmortem to excuse his miss, and so that the illusion of perfection is retained.
Everybody's got to be human in competitive Scrabble. Everybody's got to make their share of mistakes just to help us appreciate how utterly ridiculous Nigel Richards is a little bit more. This game is so hard to get it right every turn. Nobody can do it. Well, except that one guy.
Except that one guy. For the rest of us, certainly do make mistakes from time to time, including mistakes on stream. But Matthew, you can make mistakes the rest of this game and still win.
Is there any way that we're going to see zone time get opened up? Like, is Josh going to open the board and allow Matthew zone time? I don't think so.
Or maybe monetize would be the anagram. I don't see a realistic way that would happen, but it would be. Josh might just get up and walk away from the table if that happened.
Yeah. There's not much we can provide to make this one interesting either. We're just kind of hanging out for the ride now.
Yeah, Josh is sitting again on too many vowels. Lots of vowels in the pool as well, so he's going to maybe do something like auta or auto in this spot here, making Trickley. That would be sort of some justice, demonstrating to his opponent, hey, you could have played your T here, but you didn't. get a little bit of revenge, even if the scoreboard doesn't reflect it. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that come down. The downside of that is this nice line for eights would get blocked by a play there. So that would give me some pause.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you want to play like OURIE and just create new spaces on this board. It's so frustrating that this rack does bingo with an R and with the G, but they're just barely in the wrong spots to make it happen. That's just been frustrating all around for Josh this game, but hey, nobody ever goes undefeated at these big tournaments. This is exactly why. The tiles decide a lot of stuff in this game.
Yeah, also, Josh, extra frustration because it bingos through the T's that he blocked with aid. Out of sight, kind of a slangy type word, would have played through those T's had they stayed open. So sort of a lot of pain on this turn. And we see Josh, the physical manifestation of pain. It seems like he's all hunched, he's all bent, looks like he's gone through 10 back surgeries. But no, he's just dealing with these tiles.
And maybe I'd rather have 10 back surgeries than 5 straight bingos from Matthew Tunnicliffe. Just kidding. But guess what you just did? You just gave him ZE and ZO for 62 because Scrabble.
Yeah, that is rough. That is actually a nice idea by Josh to set up his S on a board where the S really doesn't do a whole lot specifically for you, but it's going to get hit hard. And I'm sure Josh was aware of it, aware of the danger that this play posed, but I can't fault the idea there. I think that was a worthy attempt.
Now Tunnicliffe again, you can see it on his face, like, oh my god, I have so many good plays. Just ZE is awesome, but NEEZE for 69 is nice. With the S in space, I think you preserve the nucleus of your stable leave and try to bingo next turn. Man, just an embarrassment of riches for Matthew Tunnicliffe. And he's got 558 points now with a whole lot of tiles yet to draw. 700, very likely that's not the draw he wanted to get there.
Yeah, and the fish did work out for Josh. He's got atresia and hysteria, some very common words that we would expect him to find. I guess I'm curious if he's going to try to do some wild board opening move like playing atresias and hysterias here, or if he's just, because I think that's just inviting Matthew to bingo again in this new spot. So I think he's going to play it safe and just play above the B of Bothan.
What does the book say to do when you're losing by 370 points? Has anybody written that book yet? Kenji, did you do that? No? Okay. There's no book for when you're losing by 370.
Yeah, and I think if there was a book, it would not advise opening up triples, because Josh is kind of in a position where he would need 2 triples to win this game, and there's not enough triples on the board for that to happen. He would have to invent an entirely new board layout to come back from this one.
Yeah, new board layout or a time machine or something. Maybe there's an oxyfin butazone type play that ends in the letters Lamster. No, there's not. There's not a 7-letter extension to Hongi Ing. All right, well, you just lose, Josh. Ugh.
I'm curious if Matthew tries to get one more bingo down here. I see Matt circling a spot on top of Atresia. I think Meow would play there, which does set up a new bingo line, making EME. We see it. Oh no, we see something, a similar idea, but slightly different execution of just Wem. Same score, keeps the O, but also sets up a new bingo line for possibly getting, I've lost track now, the 6th bingo of the game for him.
$591 to $262 is the score.
Yeah, we're going to see 700 here for sure.
Yeah, Matthew just drew Neotype and Neoteny.
He's got, I think, Genotype from the G.
Oh, Genotype from the G. My goodness. He's got Polyteia 16. Yeah, my God, this is just absolutely horrific for Josh. I stone to the E as well. Okay. All right. That's Scrabble.
Josh is contemplating the table right now. Oh, he's recovered.
All right. Well, I'm going
At
to
least
punch you in
he-
the face and show you that you missed the P. There it is. I got the P and I get to use it, unlike you, dummy.
We'll see if there's any glimmer of recognition on Matthew's face, or he's just like, well, I'm going to bingo again, so who cares?
I would feel bad about this one if I were Matthew. Like, you never feel bad about scoring 700, but like, dang, man, I had the opportunity to make this 800. I had the opportunity for an all-timer, and I whiffed on Prickly. Dang it. All right, Matthew, check. Make sure there's not 7 or fewer in the bag. You would hate if Josh Castellano bingos out to win this game. Make sure you count the tiles in the bag. Or
Yeah, very, very crucial here to know exactly how the board or the bag stands.
Just set down the blank immediately, too. All right, my God.
So Matthew quickly finds his highest scoring bingo, and that's going to get him to 683.
And he's going to go draw JX out of the bag to score even more.
Oh, it looks like Josh might be holding. He just like one last chance to prevent Matthew from scoring 700. Maybe he'll try to take it off.
What does the book say? If a bingo puts you down 383 points, you should probably challenge it, right?
Yeah, maybe we should write that book, Matt. With what we've learned today, I think we're qualified.
When Scrabble punches you in the face 17 times in a row, what should you do? I guess you challenge Eyestone. You give Matthew Tunnicliffe 688 points. I wish we had a mic right there. I wonder what they're talking about. Josh probably said, I hate Scrabble and I'm never playing this game again.
I guess if we see the challenge computer go flying, it's because he's frustrated. We get a kind of a dizzying challenge cam. It looks like he left it in place.
Well, it's just got to be such a tilt-inducing position. Like, okay, you do that, and now you're going to go get the J or the X, and I'm probably going to end up eating one of them because that's just how this game has been. 688, 300. That's the score in this one. I told you were going to get a good game. I lied.
Yeah, I think we thought that both these players would score 500, but instead the scoring is very unequally distributed. And Matthew on his way to 700, and Josh just happy to crawl over the 300-point mark in this one. I think they're still going to hit 1,000, but not in the way they wanted.
That's incredible, yeah. We were hoping for 1,500 combined or 1,060 combined points. That's what I said. I think we're actually going to get there. And wow, I'm glad everybody was able to watch this as well. Welcome to the 150 or so of you watching this Lake George Scrabble tournament. We appreciate you tuning in. We will have one more game of Scrabble before the lunch break, and I can all but guarantee that it'll be closer than this one. You seldom see Scrabble games with an outcome this large, especially between two players this good. But hey, that's how it goes. And the player who played worse is the one leading by nearly 400 points right now. As we get this one winding down and getting ready for our final game before the lunch break, make sure we all click that thumbs up button on the bottom of this video. Push us up the algorithm. Let's find some more Scrabble players out there. Let's get YouTube All right. Well, we're back. You didn't miss anything. It's still 688 to 300. The suspense is still absolutely zero on a suspense scale. Josh is just trying to figure out how to optimize this in game. He wants to figure out if there are big threatening plays from or with the J, B, X, G unseen. I've got the unseen pool right now. Let me get everything updated. Whichever these different things are the codes. FAINNE, a reasonable choice. The VIO leave, though, is not what he wants to do. If you're Josh, you want to make 2 more plays in this game. I think Matthew can't play both the J and the F, but this rack is really unflexible, and I don't see a good way to do that. The way that you go out into the most often is to play this here as well, but there's no way you can make that play with JEUX, possibly unseen for over 100 points. That would put Matthew at 800, and that would be griefing pretty hard. You can't do that.
Yeah, I think Josh doesn't want this to get any worse than it already is. So even though he's got this sort of urge to go out into, it can't be an overriding urge to not having 800 dropped on you.
JEUX would be 97. And Matthew doesn't actually have it. The E is in the bag right now, but this is another sad turn in a game that has been nothing but sad turns for Josh. Maybe you play VIES and take away JOES. I don't know. I would
I think
finish the game and leave.
There's also this spot for the J here, like just playing job.
Oh yeah.
You can maybe save a little bit of spread by blocking the obvious J and X spots. There's not really anywhere to go with the J and the X on this board, so while it seems like a boon for Matthew to like maybe push 750 or something, this board actually is not giving him a lot of options for those high-scoring letters. So maybe one minor saving grace for Josh in this sort of disaster of a game.
All right. I know there's a lot of Scrabble encyclopedias out there and people who know a lot of the lore and history and numbers. Does anybody happen to know Matthew Tunnicliffe's all-time career high game? Because he may be eclipsing that mark here. 700 games are exceptionally rare in either lexicon, even for players who are extremely good. There's a chance that this is the most points Matthew Tunnicliffe will ever score in a game. But let's see if we know that information. Anybody know Matthew Tunnicliffe's career high, or anybody want to run on cross tables and check it real quick?
Or if anybody out there is such a big Matthew Tunnicliffe fanboy that you have all of his career stats memorized, share those with us now. I think after this game, I might be on the even more on the Matthew Tunnicliffe fanboy side.
Told you he's one of my favorite players to watch, although honestly he took away from that. If you're going to be my favorite player to watch, you have to play Pentito and Prickly for 91. Oof. Wespasite says his highest score is 730, so he could get there. Now, Josh has VIAE as an out. Matthew needs to block that if he wants to get to the new all-time high. He needs to preserve, or he needs to give himself the ability to play twice in this game. Playing GJU right there blocks all of the outs Josh could have and allows him to play the X off next turn. This is the correct endgame sequence for Matthew Tunnicliffe. If he does this and plays everything else out correctly, I think he's going to end up with 749 in this game.
That is way past the 700 point mark. Not just crawling over it, but going right through it. Certainly a game to remember for Matthew. We'll just have to rub it in a little bit that he missed a better spot for Pentito.
Yeah, remember that time you could have had 800 on stream and instead you screwed it all up? Oh, I broke the scores. Let me not do that. And he broke the end game. He's going to play job instead of VA. He's going to stare at it and not hit the clock. Every point matters. You never know what the end game could hold.
He might be doing some double checking of Josh's tiles just to make sure there's no other outplay on this board. Although it is a pretty cramped board, not a whole lot of places to put 4 letters in a row. So he does end up committing that play. Right idea to block the out. Slightly incorrect execution, but does it really matter? I would say no.
Yeah, he's going to hold on to LUX in this spot for 25. It looks like 741 to be the total for Matthew. Still setting a new career high. Still absolutely smacking down the defending North American CSW champion. It's got to feel fantastic for him.
Yeah, this is kind of a demonstration of how Scrabble goes sometimes. You can be the reigning Collins North American champion and be on the top of your game as Josh is, and still have this happen to you and really have done nothing wrong to deserve it.
Yeah, I mean, who played better this game? Probably this guy. What does the scoreboard say? Well, this guy wins by 400. And with AI left for Josh, he's definitely going out next turn, so you got to shed the X and just score as much as you can. LUX, the best sequence for Matthew here.
It looks like, yeah, Josh is planning to go out with Ahi through the J of Job. Good endgame, kind of academic at this point. You can see Josh just really wants this to be over.
Please help me. I'm going to order a big, tall beer at the lunch break, an extra large sandwich. I'm going to get a meat lover's pizza, whatever I need to make this pain go away, but please put me out of my misery quick. And Matthew, I got 8 minutes. This is my peak, my career high. I got to make sure I do it all exactly right. He's looking at playing LUXE here, but you got to score as many as possible when you're setting a career high, right?
Right. Yeah, that just, you want to squeeze every point that you can out of this. I will say that Matthew is a pretty understated guy, not one for like huge displays of emotion. We're not going to see fist pumps. We're not going to see, him dancing over the corpse of his opponent. He's just going to acknowledge, yeah, that was crazy lucky and had some really good fortune, and this is the outcome.
Josh finally put out of his misery. He's going to go out with Ahi for 20. And there you have it, folks. 741 to 368. Let's try overhead mic and just see if we catch some profanities in this one.
Softballs right straight after I played Lance. Silly, right?
Yeah.
Am I pouting the whole time? For nothing?
No way, that's the word.
Isn't it?
Hey, Matthew.
I thought I missed the triple like the whole game. Oh. Wow, okay. That's not a word. Walbur. I thought I missed it. Okay, I feel a lot better now.
It's actually a verb.
It's a verb.
Yeah. It shows spikes to words.
It's a verb and an adjective.
Are you ashamed of yourself?
I'm actually really proud of this. I found every baby bingo that I did this year.
Why didn't you play it here?
Like what? Because I missed it, dude. I wanted to play like.
Did you ship yourself into the 350 loss? No, I thought I did, but I thought I missed all of this. NALDRES.
So that 5,000 words that they just didn't really come into play.
It's not words. Like right after I played this. It's not a word. So if that's not a word, then that's. I don't think. I mean, I probably made some mistakes.
I still have poison here.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Doing okay.
Imagine if I
Wow.
put Pentito in the right spot.
Yeah, that would have been a lot. I was like, I have to draw this one time. So what he did. In game.
Yeah, now I'm just sitting and pounding outside. I was like, no, I still want
When did he realize? Oh, yeah, I was like, what can I do?
Look at me.
That's fine. Wow, okay, I'm alright now. I thought it was like so like this that I just
I have some glitter is a great thing for guys. Glitter. GLIDDR. It's lit as an adjective.
And so adding even more suspense and drama to the game, Josh thinking that he had a triple through this G on this turn. It was in his head the entire rest of the game. He thought he had a play over here that would have blocked Matthews. He thought it might have been good. I'm not going to say the word out loud because I hate when people put non-words in my brain, but even more painful for Josh, in addition to losing by over 300 points, you thought you missed a triple. Absolutely brutal game. He's just going to have to go to the gym, lift some weights, shake this one off, and play one more game of Scrabble. We are going to take just a brief break because I've had a lot of coffee this morning and my bladder has some limitations, but it won't be a long one. We have one more CSW game from the morning session in Lake George. We'll be back with 4 more games this afternoon from the NWL side. That play begins at 2:45 Eastern time. But Charles, quick takeaway from that game before we cut to break.
I would say that if Josh spent that whole game thinking he missed a triple in the spot that his opponent tripled in, that's like 20 minutes straight of pure mental anguish. So you can maybe understand some of those facial expressions he was making, the fact that his head was on the table. That is a brutal mindset to be in, even if it turns out that he did not miss a triple. But that was a crazy game. That's the kind of thing that we love to see on stream, just an example of the huge amount of scoring power that these players have on offer, just waiting for the right tiles. So I'm looking forward to the next one.
Yeah, that was incredible. You all got to watch it here with us. Matthew Tunnicliffe drops a career high 741 on the defending 2024 CSW champion, Josh Castellano. That was incredible. We'll have one more game, probably a little bit lower scoring, right after this break. See you soon. a game that was Matthew Tunnicliffe, 741 points, a career high for him last game over Josh Castellano. We are going to give you another Matt versus Josh matchup in this game, but we're shifting both Matt and Josh. This one's going to be Matthew O'Connor and Josh Sokol in the final game of the morning session before lunch break. Matt Canik, as always, joined by Charles Reinke this morning. Charles, tell us just a little bit about what you're looking forward to in this game.
So we've already seen both these players. We got a little bit of a sense of how they play. We're looking for more of the same. Matthew O'Connor, known for playing fast, known for playing tight, but not afraid to show off that word knowledge when it comes in handy. And Josh Sokol, everybody's favorite internet personality, or second favorite, third favorite. He's got to be somewhere in the top 5 anyway. Recently making the switch to columns, still catching up on the word knowledge, but his strategy is just as solid as ever, always making creative, interesting, well thought out plays. Again, I think this one's going to be a great matchup.
I think it's going to be a great matchup, too. I think both of these players really excel at the tactical portion of the game. Word knowledge may be a little bit spotty compared to some other players of their rating. I wonder if that will come into play. Will we see a phony? How many challenges will we see? It's going to be a fun one, though. Both of these players have so much to teach you about how to play Scrabble, about how to play some unorthodox brand of Scrabble. Josh, the king of setups. Matthew, the king of speed and defense. We'll see who wins in this matchup. They played each other dozens of times before. They'll play each other here in a big stakes game in Lake George. Let's do it. Let's play Scrabble. Josh Sokol to play first in this one, and he's drawn his tiles now. Josh currently at 4-2, Matthew at 3-3. Nobody is undefeated anymore after we saw the final 5-0 Josh Castellano knocked off in the last round. And Josh off to the races. N and W and a blank to start. Win another N and a G. So winning the opening rack for Josh, and we're going to have to get blank cam up. I know our director just walked away, but this blank could be an A, O, or I. And we'll get Josh to flash that for us once he sits back down. But that's going to make it really hard for me to do anything Quackle-wise until we clarify that. What an opening rack, though, from Josh. WNNING blank. Winning start for him.
Yep, and we see Matthew not lagging too far behind with a blank and 2 S's of his own. So fireworks right off the bat for both players. Hopefully Matthew's, whatever he chooses to play, whatever he makes the blank, is a little bit less ambiguous, or maybe his play will even disambiguate the blank from Josh's play. We'll hope for good fortune like that.
That blank designation is so big because each of those 3 words takes hooks and each takes a different one. If this is an I, then it's got a front T for twinning or a back S for winnings. If this is an A, then we've got just the front S for swanning. And if this is an O, then we've got a CSW only back hook of WONNINGS. We'll see if either player knows that. But I saw Josh just wander back to the director station. As soon as Josh gets sat down, we'll figure out what that blank is, and I'll update the score. But I'm not committing anything to Quackle until I know what that blank is. It's an O. So WONNING, the play from Josh. That sets up the big Collins-only S hook back here. It is so hard, those INGS words. And while I know Matthew Tunnicliffe has those pretty down pat, I don't know that either of these players do. We will see if that comes up. Matthew's got the decision to make right now as well. A great opening rack. ACEESS blank. Will he cash in the hook? The answer is no. Cassine, CASSENE, plays as a double-double right now for 93, but he's bypassing it, playing seances instead.
Yeah, I think if you're in the position of Matthew here, not knowing your ING to INGS bingos cold, you can't really afford to put down a word that you're not sure of. And we did see the blank designation slip that blank is actually an R, not an N, for the Collins only Circes. So both blanks here kind of ambiguous. This is where the revolutionary idea of a blank slip cam really comes in handy.
Yeah, I mean, we've been in this bind before, but it is so clutch that we have it now. We are so grateful to Josh Greenway for slowly, over several years, increasing the caliber of Scrabble streams. Now we've got blank cam to avoid those situations. We've got challenge cam so you can watch the players' faces. Scrabble streaming is getting so awesome. And Joe, an easy, obvious play for Josh Sokol puts him at 131, and Matthew playing very quickly, as we know he tends to do, playing funny here for 32. Futz for 42 in the same spot was bypassed here. What do you think about that, Charles?
He might be trying to hit a Z play on the bottom row. I don't know how many of those there actually are, but there might be one there.
Ditzy, Ritzy, Zloty, Zuti, Tauzi, and Tauzi, both with a U and a W, are possible draws for him with that TZ combination. Looks like he's going to hit none of them here, though. So, interesting decision there. Funny over Futz, and actually a sim has them right next to each other, so kind of choose your preference. The Z tile's so strong in CSW play, too. It's probably, definitely warrants some keeping. Collins hasn't added Audi yet, O-U-T-I-E, right? So no bailout here for Josh.
Yeah, you're correct, Matt. The new words, I think, go into effect for NASPA tournament play for Collins at the beginning of 2025. So just a couple more months before Audi is playable.
Actually, you will have the opportunity to watch the very first North American action using that new lexicon. Comes into play on New Year's, but the Albany New Year's Eve tournament is going to feature those words as well. Josh has just confirmed. So if you want to play with the new words, be the very first one to drop Audi and Collins play, make sure you sign up for that Albany New Year's Eve tournament. If not, well, join us here. Watch us. It's way more fun than watching Ryan Seacrest and all the ball drop stuff. You can watch Scrabble with your friends instead. So Albany New Year's Eve tournament has been authorized to use that new word list just a couple days early before the New Year's. That will be the first time where you can see Audi played in CSW. I got to draw and play Audi in 4 straight games at my last NWL tournament, and I can tell you it is extremely useful. We're going to play Audi a lot, O-U-T-I-E, coming soon to a lexicon near you if it doesn't have it yet.
Yeah, but barring a play of Audi here, looking at Josh's options, he doesn't really have a play to the Y of funny, which is kind of painful to leave open. That is the best scoring spot on the board. We see him getting maybe a little bit defensive, possibly more defensive than I expected, but I think still a good idea. Like if he can't get all the way to the triple, he might as well score a little bit there himself and prevent Matthew from doing the same.
All right, so he is going to take away the big spot at the bottom. W-I-F-I-E was a way to play off more vowels, but his spidey senses pinging him, take away the spot, and he does. I-F the play from Josh, 23 points, leaving a little bit of equity on the table in order to play defense against a defensive player in Matthew. And Matt's gambit to hold on to the Z is going to pay dividends, while the Y in space was taken away. He still has major plays right here. The 6-tile Z-I-B-E-T-S is 57 for him, or he can play smaller. Just B-I-Z is 40 and keeps the synergistic A-E-S-T combination. What do you think, Charles? 40 or 57 here?
Again, another tough call. The S on Matthew's rack is not doing a whole lot. There's not S hooks available other than like this spot here that we just noted, which would get blocked by a play of Biz. So that S hook comes out of play if Matthew decides to play Biz, shorter with Biz. But there's still plenty of places to bingo. The N of Wanning, the O there, the C and the E and the S of Searses. There's a lot of upside to keeping bingo-prone letters on this board. I would be very tempted by just a short play of Biz. Gets you pretty close to back in this game. You're down by 50. Biz leaves you down by roughly 10 or 15. And then you've got a lot of upside for bingo the next turn. Also, I would say that...
Go ahead.
Josh's play of If kind of looks like a bingo setup. It looks like he kept 5 good tiles and created a new easy S hook. I would be eager to block that. I guess all of Matthew's plays, either Zibbets or Biz, do achieve that, but I would be laser focused on that spot if I'm Matthew.
Yeah, I would be as well. And I think maybe this is how you capitalize against somebody who plays defense, is just open minor lanes that you don't actually threat and scare them. Matthew had another very strong play in ZINEB right here, but he feels forced to block down here, so he's going to forego that. I think I would too. Biz, the play for Matthew, AEST, and he'll find 3 vowels, both players now in vowel trouble. Josh finds EI into his leave of Audi, and Matthew finds AEI into his leave of AEST. We'll see how these players navigate these few turns. Josh can score a lot right now. Plunk his 2 E's, EZINES, is 34. He can capitalize on one of the most useful Collins words there is in EUOI and play it in either one of these spots if he just wants to eject some of these vowels. But he might choose to keep things tighter here. Charles, what's your initial thought on a tough turn here from Josh?
The scoring play of Ezines is just so many more points than playing UOI. It feels, I don't know, it's maybe not forced, but turning down that many points is really hard to do. Let me look at the math. He's turning down 23 points to keep a slight, I would say a significantly better leave, but is it 23 points better? It's kind of hard to say. The leave of IIOTU after Ezines, unless you draw 2 really nice consonants, it's like it's going to be really painful next turn. So this definitely has more bingo upside, but yeah, turning down the points is really tough.
What do you think about the decision to play it on this side as opposed to on the left side instead? Any strong opinion one way or the other?
Yeah, that you are leading me right to it, Matt. This position does create a bingo line. OIS is good in Collins, and then oil, whereas the other position does not create any new lanes for 7s. So Matt or Josh doing a little bit of board shaping here with this placement.
Shaping the board to try to capitalize and bingo. Matthew O'Connor was pleased to see that Eoi came down as opposed to Ezines, because now he's able to play just 2 of his 5 vowels with Azines for a big score and stay in bingo prone range as well. He's drawn into diabetes and threatens bingo's next turn. Josh has found 3 E's, EEEILPT. And we'll see Josh now try to figure out what he wants to do about this situation. These turns are very challenging when you're sort of in bingo range, but not very close. Do you play long? Do you play something like PELITE for 22, turn it all in? Or do you play a little bit shorter, PELE, or even smaller elsewhere? It's a tricky turn for Josh. What do you think, Charles?
One thing that's coming out to me is this spot here, like, can you do something EFY here? Like if he had a B, he'd have beefy, for example. I'm thinking, and that's in the back of my mind, that sort of hidden spot at the bottom of the board. Nothing to do there this turn. Really no good scoring options. So Matt, you're suggesting of just playing Pelite here. I feel like that's about as good as anything. It does put the E here. Sorry, my telestory is a little bit off, but you basically get a new bingo line. Really easy to hit bingo line there. So doing more to sort of get the board in a bingoing area. He's now down by 9 points. So bingo is not crucial. Sure would be nice here. We see a similar idea just playing Pele. also setting up an easy line for 7-letter words.
There are 3 possible plays that hit here. 2 are NWL words, beefy and reefy. The other is CSW only, arefy, A-R-E-F-Y. Each of those options Josh could pull into. Maybe he wanted to hold on to 2 E's with all of these R's unseen, but there were no good plays that keep 2 E's for Josh. I think he's kind of forced to play this one. Interesting that he chose the shorter play as opposed to the longer play, but I think I'd have done the same here if I were Josh.
And the nice thing about this play for Josh, he obviously doesn't know these things, it blocks all of Matthew's bingos. So now Matthew, again, waiting one more turn or more to get a bingo down.
Yeah, Beatiest, Diabetes, both blocked by that. No playable bingos now on this board for Matthew. And I'd be looking right here for OIL double doubles, but there's no double doubles on this turn either for him. Now, this is going to be a challenging one. Dab jumps out as the immediate equity play, capitalizing on this Collins only back hook of Jag. DAB holds EIST and scores 26. It's tough to sneeze at a play like that, you know.
Yeah, that is looking very nice. It sets up another S hook, makes the S a little bit more useful, and keeps very good letters while scoring. It's sort of one of those plays that checks all the boxes. We see Matthew spending a little. He's definitely playing a little bit slower than we've seen in the past. He's being a little bit more deliberate with his choices. I think that's going to serve him well on this board. It needs a little bit of shaping. You need to be paying attention to what you're doing to the board with each of your plays.
The scary thing about a play of Dab is if you don't bingo next turn, you're in really bad shape. You've got all these 1-pointers and you can't score. You also obstruct the C, which is one of your best bingo lines, but there's just not too much else for Matthew to do. It's a big sacrifice to just drop A, B here or in the same spot down here. I don't think you can justify it. Dab feels pretty forced. You've got to do it and just try not to drop L's. And he is not going to. He'll be all right. ADEISTT. Players have like identical racks almost right now. Very close to it. But wasted on Josh's rack, ADEISTW. And he's wasted no time playing this one.
So there's actually, he has another bingo available in the same spot of Daughtys. This one really allows 7-letter responses in a way that Daughtys does not. So I wonder if that was under consideration for him with EWE. But this is 2 more points. Can't argue with 2 more points. But there is a significant difference between his 2 bingos on that turn.
I mean, if you look, there's 1 S and, one S was unseen to Josh, but a bunch of E's were unseen. I actually think I would have taken the point sacrifice and played Daughtys there. I'm up by 62. I want to make it as hard as possible for you to bingo back, especially as we're starting to build one of these boards where we don't go up here and all the action's going to happen in this quadrant. I would have picked a different play there if I was Josh. I would have left 2 points on the table. But what do I know? I'm a washed-up neckbeard who sits here at home instead of actually competing and winning these things.
Yeah, can't argue with that. Washed-up neckbeards just talking loudly on the internet, but we're not down there in the trenches fighting for it.
It is way easier in the commentary booth. I know that much. Matthew plays Defy. That's a fantastic way to A, address high scoring options that Josh could have, and B, put some scoring pressure on. It breaks up a very stable bingo prone rack, but I think you got to do that. And then I think if you're Josh, you have to do this right back. You pick up the cue, but you've got 32. You got to play it there.
Yep, that I think clearly the best play for Josh in that situation. And we see Matthew wasting no time, I think, playing his only bingo of Striata, which fits nicely next to Wasted. This is where we sort of see in action why Daughtys is certainly a very different play from Wasted, just from a bingo defense point of view.
Yeah, Striata plays there, but it also would have fit here, and Aristate plays to
Oh,
this E. So a number of
yep.
bingos, but this is the highest scoring one for Matthew. And I like playing this one maybe for a slight bit of tilt factor. Hey, remember when you didn't play Dotties? Well, now I get to bingo for a lot of points because of that. All right.
And I think Matthew might have been on hold for a little bit there, but Josh, if he was holding, has released the hold. It's and we've got replacement tiles for Matthew.
That would be shocking to see Josh challenge a word like that, but hey, weirder things have happened for sure, especially in 5-point. Matthew just picked up both H's for this spot that he's opened up on the previous turn. We'll see if that matters down the road, but big pulls there. You don't want both H's at the same time. They're pretty anti-synergistic together, but when you've got a massive spot on the board for him, we'll take those. Let's see if Matthew chooses to hold on to one of them and threaten plays, or maybe just cash them in immediately for some points. But we'll focus on Josh right now, DIILOPT. Josh trails by 9 points. He'll take the lead on this turn, but he's got to figure out how to do that. He's got some scoring plays up here. Take that triple word out of play with something like pistol, Pistol, or it's anagram postil, Postil. Each of those are 24. Josh can make some stacking plays too. IDOL right here mucks up all of this and commits to the tight board, or LIPID is a good equity play too if he wants to get rid of a bunch of these tiles now and score some points. But that opens up new opportunities in addition to some of the old opportunities available on this board. Big decision for Josh. He's got plenty of time to do it. I expect him to milk some clock here and make the correct choice. What is your initial thought process on this turn, Charles?
My first thought is just lipid in this spot is it's, I think, 4 more points than the plays up top. It keeps decently enough. You don't really have a standout set of letters that you'd be looking to keep here. Holding DIILOPT. So you basically just are playing some subset of them. You want to play an I, of course. It's actually, I think, worth noting there are no more I's in the pool. So just holding one is definitely no big deal. You're not going to draw another one to go with it.
It was slightly vowel heavy, pretty neutral, but yeah, no I's left. The big thing with I's is you're going to double up or triple up, and that can be a killer, but that's not possible for Josh. I kind of like holding at least one here.
Yeah, downside of lipid, of course, we see it. Your first intuition is, I'm opening up a triple. With the pool, maybe not so concerned about triples, but you are concerned about just scoring plays. Like a 36-point play on the triple would be hard to stomach when the board is this tight and when the score is this close. So I think after some consideration, I would loop back to something like pistol or postil to not open up too much and to retake a relatively decent lead.
Yeah, you just absolutely can't let Matthew play something like moved, or even worse, like coxed or loxed in this spot if you can avoid it. You don't want to play lipid there. Idle was all right, but I like what Josh did. I think you want to score some points. Points are always going to be at a premium in close, tight games on a closed shutdown board. Just grab them. Good choice from Josh. EEHHMKR for Matthew, and he's got to now figure out what he wants to do with all of these H's he's picked up. He can cash them right now, play something like HEH. He can try to hold on to one of them. Rehem, REHEM, plays in this spot and keeps HK to threaten some points next turn in one of these two sections of the board. Or he can cash in one of the H's now, play HEME here, and block this spot for both him and Josh in the future. Lots of good lines of attack here. This is a turn where I expect we see Matthew slow down, especially since he's not really put any time pressure on Josh. You can't rattle Josh that way. He's just too good.
Yeah, and Rehem and Heem do, again, sort of as we mentioned last turn, two different things to the board. Rehem sort of opens Matthew up to painful plays through the M on the triple line. And we see Josh does have an M and an X on his rack, so there would probably be something there that would score in the realm of 40-ish points. Something just like Moxa from that M that he puts on in space. And Matthew can take again, retake the lead. We're seeing sort of a back and forth game here just by playing Heme and really not opening up too much for his opponent, although there is the possibility of re-overlaps for big scores coming back across. So I wouldn't say totally different things. They're in the same quadrant of the board, but he has to decide which comeback he fears less.
I also wonder if we're just going to see him kind of dink, play HM, or maybe hold on to HM and threaten to play there later. I could see him playing HERE, keeping a bunch of scoring letters and just thinking, I'm going to score great. I think I can hold on and win on a closed board with the goodies I have. There's 5 O's and 4 R's and U's and V's. Like, there's a good chance you're not scoring very well on several of the subsequent turns. And if I can just hammer home 30 points a turn for the next 4, I probably win. So I don't know. HERE looks okay, except it can get crushed by counters if he's got the right tiles. This is a really tough turn. Do you want to hold HM to threaten plays later on? Do you want to hold both of your H's, one of your H's? Do you need to leave this spot alone? This is very complex, but these are the kinds of positions where Matthew and Josh are so good at adjusting their game and adapting to the new board and the new rules.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of upside here to keeping scoring power on Matthew's rack, like keeping an H, keeping the M and the K, just because the upside for bingos on this board is very low. You can bingo to the E of Uoi. That's really about it. You might bingo from the floaters hanging out on pistol, but at this point, both players are thinking, what can I do to outscore my opponent, not necessarily out bingo my opponent.
All right, Josh is now going to be faced with a big decision. He's got several good X plays made available. He can play XI here, but that sets up the Y back hook that he doesn't have, that Matthew just might, and that's going to sit there probably for the rest of the game. He's got other plays he can make. NOX is one that looks pretty fun to me because Josh holds the final I, and while there are 2 unseen U's, I feel like HUH is the play Matthew would make a lot if he had U's on his rack. So Josh needs to think really hard. Can I try to get away with an X setup here? Is that actually correct? Or am I going to get pulverized here? Can I embrace the volatility that comes with the Y back hook and XI? Josh is so good at these positions, but he's got a lot to think about. We're going to see him take some time once again.
Yeah, one downside of playing Nox here and then hoping to hit a play here next turn is, depending on what that play is, I would need to do some iteration. There might be either big plays to that upper triple or just big plays to the side triple. And it might seem like a good setup, but in practice, do you actually come out ahead doing something like that? Now, hitting a good X doubling play probably does put you ahead in that sequence. But you'd have to weigh the dangers of doing something like that.
All right. Oh, man, I put in POSTIL instead of PISTOL. I messed all of the annotation up here. Okay. Josh is going to play TIX up there. Matthew hitting back very quickly with Vom holding the nice wrecked combination. We'll see if he gets wrecked with that. Vom, I think, kind of a forced play, but there are just so many possibilities to get absolutely walloped next to it. Just an inflexible rack. And Josh now, with that big spot, has to figure out, do I want to smash it? Moaned plays right here for 52, but it's also got a bingo up here. I think you got to take the bingo if you draw it, right?
Yeah, I think we weren't neither of us really were expecting another bingo to appear on this board, but Josh sort of accidentally, I would say, drew one. I mean, it's always in the back of your mind, but he wasn't going for bingo necessarily with his previous play. He has lemonade available, and I think you just take the points. You've got that nice setup that Matthew gave you, but this is 76 points. It's 24 more points than playing Moaned.
So Lemonade, Josh made a face like, I hate this. There are 3 O's for Devo. There's 2 A's for Diva. I'm going to get destroyed here, but 76 is a lot. And if you play here, I'll play here. I think I can win the game. Now, that is horrific to be drawing into for Josh. He'll need a good combination. He'll need to dodge a bunch of the R's, but we see all the R's are on Matthew's rack. He's probably not getting the worst of it here. Bingo puts Josh ahead 434 to 365. And while this was a scary play for Josh to make because he thinks he's going to get hit very hard here, Matthew has almost nothing in that spot. None of the A's, none of the O's to backhook Dev. He does hold a Y to threaten 60 or 70 point plays here, ending in TY or something like that. But he would have to distract Josh, open up some new space up here, and then threaten a mammoth play here. This is exactly what Matthew is trying to do. Oh, but he's playing off the Y. Okay.
Yeah, and he also had a 41-point play available of Reinke, R-Y-K-E. So if he's committed to playing off the Y, he can score a little bit more with a play like that. I think this is a good idea to keep good letters, but
he just drew Garrett for a gazillion points right there. Wow, what a draw, but Josh has the V and the C he needs to block. I don't think Josh is going to go block over here. I think he's going to realize this is the big spot on the board and I've got to do something about it. I could see just Vogue and game over coming from Josh, but maybe there's more points available for him there. Vlog is the play for him. VLOG. Stick that V out in space. Crush Matthew. Leave 1 in the bag as well, just in case the worst case possible scenario, like outrate does come down, or outrage. Yeah, Vlog. I think the play for Josh wins in the game almost all the time.
Yeah, that looks like a very good play. I also see suggested in chat, just doing vocal kind of achieves a similar thing. You maybe give up a little bit more on the... Oh yeah, good point. I totally forgot to look at the amount of tiles left. That does empty the bag. Leaves you vulnerable to out bingos in this spot. Maybe vocal outruns those. I actually can't do the math, but you don't want to leave it to chance. You just want to leave 1 in the bag and take out the most obvious and fruitful bingo line.
Yeah, Josh has to feel very fortunate that he doesn't have to think about anything coming down here. That unseen pool, just so horrible. Out-argue twice, basically. Outrage twice. Almost exactly. You can't empty the bag. You can't let outrage or outrate beat you, but you want to play about 4 tiles. You want to block the highest scoring opportunity. Vlog wins this game like 100% of the time.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that Devo is a cons only 4. If Josh wanted to be a little bit safer, if he's not sure on 4s, he could just play VAG, V-A-G, making Devo, which he definitely knows, leaves 2 in the bag, doesn't score as much, doesn't do it exactly right, but also achieves the same goal. So he does have a few options there to sort of shut this area of the board down.
You know what? Even if Josh decides to empty the bag and play vocal, he's going to hang on and win. That play just scores so much, and outrage is such a low-scoring bingo. Thanks to Sam Rosen pointing that out in chat. But yeah, even if he empties here, he scores so well that he wins the game.
We see a look of concern on Josh's face. We're pretty used to that one. It doesn't even necessarily indicate concern. He's just deeply thinking about this position. Knowing him, he is probably iterating through the unseen tiles and writing down every available bingo. He's got the 7 minutes to do some math to figure out scenarios for how all of these things will play out. He's one of the best, one of the few players who I would trust to do this correctly. He's just very good at this type of iteration.
I just don't know that spending this brain power is warranted here. Yeah, you can sit there and think about, oh my god, how many big plays can he have here? Regreat is 96. Treeg, Treague is 93 if he fits it there. But like, okay, don't even think about it. Just block the spot. Maybe he's doing the math now. Like if I play vocal right here, and he does actually have the bingo, will I lose? He could be doing that, but I don't know. Just block the 95 pointers. It feels very natural. You've got the time. You're entitled to use it, but I don't know that you need to use it here. It seems very easy.
You might also be thinking he's got a lunch break coming up, so he's got some time to recharge if he burns up his brain cells in the last 6 minutes of this one.
And all it takes is screwing up a situation like this exactly one time, and you have PTSD for the rest of your Scrabble career, and you're never going to rush anything again, ever. But I don't know. Vlog and win seems easy.
It could also, if I was in his shoes, I would also be thinking, well, I saw Devo. Is Devo really a word? And then I sort of get in my own head a little bit about what's a valid four and what's not. We see slightly different approach here, but I think this does mostly the same thing because HOC only takes a K, and there's no K in the bag that was already played. So this also blocks, just keeps the V, which you don't really want to do.
Maybe Josh thinks you can bingo often with the O's and the E's unseen. That could be what he's going for here, kind of stepping on your neck after he's already crushing you. But I would have just played vlog, whatever. Doesn't matter. Gonna win. Matthew hitting the surrender cobra now, which is all you really can do after Josh blocked. I mean, you have to know that Garrett's gonna get blocked every single time, but it still hurts when it actually does get blocked.
Yeah, you kind of hope that your opponent has some major brain fart, totally forgets what game they're supposed to be playing and just leaves that spot open for you. That could work against a lower rated opponent, but Matthew sitting across from Josh knows that his spot for Garrett is not going to stay open. He was probably thinking about sort of what he would do when that got blocked. Is he going to play off one tile and go again for a bingo? At this point, he's down by so much where even if he did hit a bingo on a fish, it's never going to be enough to win. It's always going to be so low scoring. And if he, goes completely wild and like plays like a 2-tile play here, he'll just get smacked by it. And even if a bingo in that spot would have scored enough, he'll never get to play there. So it's kind of game over for Matthew at this point.
Yeah, even insult to injury, you have to assume at least one of these U's is in the bag pretty often. Josh doesn't often play COG holding a U, or especially not holding 2 U's. And if one of the U's is in the bag, there's a really good chance that Josh has either ovulate or outrave right here. And that's going to be a 100-point spread swing. Technical difficulties hit once again, but we missed no drama, no action, and I don't suspect that we're going to in this one. I want to remind everybody just before this one does wind down, we are back this afternoon, plenty more Scrabble, and again tomorrow morning with even more Scrabble from Lake George. The lunch break will end at 2:45 Eastern Time. I expect we'll have Scrabble on just a few minutes after that once we get players situated and wrangled and announcements have done. We are going to stop the broadcast during lunch, and you're going to have to watch at a different video. So maybe set up a little push reminder when we go live again. It'll be a different video. We'll pull the stream down. So anybody who wants to hang out and chat Scrabble or whatever else, hop over to the other stream, populate that chat room. I'll be on and off as I need to banter with y'all as well. But 2:45 Eastern Time, we'll be back with NWL this afternoon. It's going to be me, and I'll be joined again by Annette Obrestad to do NWL this afternoon. Charles, is this the only stand we have with you this tournament?
Yes, I believe so. Just signed up for 4 games of Collins, and 4 games of Collins we did receive.
4 games of Collins we got, and some of them were even really good games of Collins, especially that all-time career high for Matthew Tunnicliffe. It's cool to have you in the booth for that one.
Yep, very happy to watch that one. Also, very happy to watch this one. I think we had some really good decisions here. Maybe some slightly questionable decisions, but definitely a lot of good tactical turns to really give a good think about.
One of the knocks I hear on the CSW game is you can't play defense in Collins, and that's just completely not true. It's completely not true. Matthew does it almost every game I see him play on stream, and he does it very well. And I find that defense actually goes further in CSW because it doesn't happen as often. People aren't quite as experienced and seem to make some big blunders on these closed boards. You can certainly play tight in Collins, and it leads to a lot of success. We see, I think my favorite defensive-minded Collins player is Harshan, and he's had such incredible results, world runner-up twice. You can play defense in this game. You can do it well.
Yep, I would echo that exactly. It's even with the larger amount of words and how generally you have more high-scoring plays and more bingos, defense certainly comes into play very often. It feels like bingo lanes dwindle just as quickly in the Collins game as they do in the NWL game, and you have to be just as aware of those nuances. So, and you're playing against players who are maybe more offensively minded. They're not ready for your tactics when you pull them out. We see Matthew, tournament in, tournament out, always has success with this strategy.
Yeah, it works. It works well. Make people uncomfortable and figure out the rest. All right. Giving up on bingoing, he's going to play a phony. He's going to play Kotare and hit his clock and then pick it up immediately. Josh, I don't know what that was, but now it's Josh's turn and Matthew didn't get any points. Oh, I bet he's playing an intentional phony on purpose to maybe get a spot for Garrett or something. I don't know.
Yeah, this does force Josh to be careful about what he plays just to not give up an out bingo. But probably not the move you're going for if you're trying to conserve spread in Matthew's
I will say from a mind game perspective, if you're going to play the intentional phony and hope that your out bingo gets opened up, at least get up and walk to the challenge computer and act surprised when it comes up invalid. Don't just be like, you got me. That was a phony I played on purpose. Stay in your chair. Gambit doesn't work unless you sell it. Oh, no Ra. He played R-A. That's the phony. Thank you, Charles, for keeping me alert. Kotare is good. So,
yeah, I actually had missed that at first glance, too. I was like, I thought Kotare was a word, and Matthew's just giving up on it, which seems unwise. But yeah, the play of R-A, everybody knows they're 2-letter words, but sometimes you can get away with a phony one if you think your opponent's not paying attention, or if you and your opponent are both not paying attention. I've been involved in many games where a phony 2-letter word stays on the board.
All right. So yeah, no, you don't need to get up and look up RA. You say, oh, oops, my bad, and then you stop. Yep, that's what he did. Okay, I take back all of my criticism that I just said. Again, washed up neckbeard in the booth. I'm not even good. This is going to allow Josh to fish for outrave, and we'll see if he hits it. Yes. Ouch. All right. GG. Outrave is going to be 75 more for Josh Sokol after he hits on the fish. And yeah, I never play with people like Josh Sokol. Playing the intentional phony on somebody else might work, but Josh is just going to capitalize and milk more spread out of it. Outrave and out for Josh makes this one 557 to 392. And what looked like a close game is now a landslide victory for Josh of Montreal. We'll try that overhead mic and see what we get. Okay, it seems like that mic is not coming through, and there it is. There it is.
More defensive, even though like the bags in. That was a really interesting game. Yeah, well played in the beginning. Come back there.
I don't know if I had enough. Yeah, KC usage, which I know. Oh, warning takes
What? It takes an S. I played it because I didn't want to play winning. I should have played winning.
Well, I can also play casual.
That's so hilarious. And the O is worse than the double than the I. Really?
ISDS, IDSD.
Oh, maybe call it. I don't know. I don't understand it. But also, obviously, it's one less floater.
WA on ISD? No.
Yeah, I think so.
I guess that takes.
Yeah. There's nothing that comes up. No, winning. Is that winning?
Yeah, it's right.
No.
Like, you have to be more.
Yeah, my choice was Yoi keeping tie or easy is keeping TIIOU.
Oh yeah, that is actually.
It's really weird.
Yeah.
I figured you were constantly. I just feel you're constantly a lot. And so like this play isn't that valuable to me.
When I play Viz, I could play sit bets or Viz, basically.
Did I block into YouTube? I was super worried about this one.
I was like thinking about, I was thinking about RFI, AREF.
Yeah, there's stuff here.
BT, I would want to wait.
I was one away from stuff too, unless I had something.
Okay.
Let me enter this first.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to 557 and 395.
That's not what I have though. Yeah, we have 434.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I agree. 557, 395.
392.
What? Oh, I gave you my play. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Well, that's the last ounce of drama. I was trying to figure out the final actual score of the game. It looks like the players have got it. Looks like Josh is submitting the results on his phone, and Matthew has long since taken off for his lunch break. We are going to do the same here. We have the option to interview Josh, but we interviewed him yesterday, and it was kind of interesting, but also not super interesting. Let's let everybody get away, get some lunch, and reconvene this afternoon. Before we do that, Charles, I want to thank you for the 4 games you gave us of commentary. We look forward to doing plenty more with you soon. Any parting words of wisdom for our audience before we set you free?
Well, we saw 4 really good games of Collins. I think a lot of interesting positions to wrap our minds around. And of course, the 700-point game for Matthew Tunnicliffe. I don't know if that's the biggest, highest scoring game we've ever streamed on one of these Let's Play Scrabble streams, but it's got to be close. So hopefully everybody enjoyed watching that. And 4 more games of NWL this afternoon. I will be departing, but Annette Obrestad will be right here with Matt Canik, providing their insights, watching some more good Scrabble. So you got to go eat lunch. You got to maintain your biological functions. But once you're done doing that, you just come back here and keep watching Scrabble.
That's right. Charles and his brother will probably be hanging out with chat. We appreciate all of you who have been hanging out in chat with us, keeping us entertained and keeping me accountable for all the mistakes I make as I do this. We will again resume at 2:45 Eastern Time, 1:45 for me. You have 75 minutes to put sustenance in your mouth, to take care of your bodily functions, and maybe even to touch some grass in the interim. We will see you all very soon. Enjoy your lunch.